Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Social Work, Sciences, Respecting Diversity, Inclusion, Social Action, and Sustainable Development 2023, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and India's G20 presidency, and World Social Work Day, World Social Work Week, and World Social Work Month 2023 celebrations, and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, an international webinar series on holistic health, well-being, and sustainable development 2022 to 2023 in collaboration with Sriholistichealthfoundationindia, Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, Pure Earth Foundation, EQ for Peace Worldwide Inc., Raj Bahadur Venkatram Reddy Women's College, India, International Federation of Social Workers, Nigeria Association of Social Workers, Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development, and all other collaborators. We warmly welcome you to the International Conference. Before we take and move on to the proceedings of today's conference, today we are also commemorating World Meteorological Day. So let's take the blessings of Almighty before we start our proceedings for the day 6.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with the day 6 proceedings of the 10 days International Conference. Today, as we are commemorating World Meteorological Day, on this wonderful occasion, we have a very senior scientist and also former director and former head scientist, Indian Meteorological Department, IMD, Hyderabad, India. We welcome you, sir, to this international conference, and also we thank you for accepting our invitation and gracing us on this occasion to share your insights and experiences on World Meteorological Day. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravindra Garu. I personally greet you all on the occasion of World Meteorological Day, 23rd March. Every year, WMO Day is commemorated, and across the world, various programs are held to improve the awareness on meteorology among the student communities and various communities. So this is an opportunity for me to share my experience, working experience in meteorological department and the knowledge as a scientist in meteorological field. So today when Dr. Jayachandra called me in the afternoon, actually we were busy in a WMA Day program organized for the students of various government schools and few private schools, where the people were shown about the meteorological instruments, how an observation is made, how a analysis of weather data is made, how a forecast is made, how various equipments are used, weather radar, how it looks like. Such a knowledge was given to the students, and even some competitions were held, like a drawing competition and some quiz competition and PowerPoint presentation competition like thing. They have participated with a lot of zeal, and it was very happy to note that they are very much interested in knowing the atmosphere, the science of atmosphere, and things like that. So, by the way, am I audible to you, Dr. Ravindra?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just so actually, I was not sure actually what kind of audience would be there in this international conference, and he just clarified that various walks of people are joining this, and my experience sharing is just going to be enough. Yeah. So, well, I did not prepare specifically for this talk, because it was very short notice, and by the time I came back from the ongoing conference there, it was about 3 o'clock, and then so I tried to pull up some previous presentations together and make some presentation for you. I would use that presentation in order that I get a flow of the subject, topic-wise topic. So I would use that, and I will share my screen with you. Yeah. So so as you know, today, let me share my presentation. So share screen. Yeah. Mhm. So just a break. I think I have to use some system settings. I'll just leave and join again. Excuse me for that. System is asking me to leave that.
Sir will be connecting back. And then instruction for the presenters who are scheduled today and who are waiting for the presentations. Kindly be ready with your presentations. After this commemoration keynote session, we'll be inviting you one by one. You can share your details in chat box. After closure of this keynote session. So whoever is awaiting to present their presentations, kindly stay online. Yeah, you can unmute yourself, sir. You can start your video. You can open your PPT, then click on shares.
It's asking who can share, host only and all participants.
No, sir. Now you can try it.
Okay.
Is it PPT open, sir, in your system?
Yeah, it is open, not in a payment. Yeah, I have opened it now.
Then you can go to Zoom app, sir. Then click on share screen.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Share screen.
In that, you can see small boxes.
Yeah, I am seeing that. Yeah.
Yes. It's visible, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Mhm.
Yeah, it's full screen.
Okay. Yeah. So this is my presentation. I'll just go through and here actually I have used my regular presentations where my expertise lies actually. So with my background of electronics and telecommunication engineering, I have joined the Meteorological department as a scientist in instrumentation cadre. So the responsibility was to install, commission, maintain the meteorological instruments. So to install and commission and maintain the meteorological instruments required for weather observation. Excuse me, and I'm getting disturbed actually. Uh, Please excuse me for that disturbance yeah. So can I continue? Hello.
It's okay, sir. Please continue.
Yes. So I was responsible for various meteorological instruments maintenance there, and so I'll tell you what are those and all. So my presentation in that line actually, meteorological instrumentation is the focus, and I will deviate the presentations at sometimes. So as per your this thing. Otherwise, wherever it is not of interest to you, you can tell me. I can push fast through various slides, and wherever is interesting slide you find, you can ask me. We can discuss a bit more, and let us make it more interactive. It's not like that one way I keep on talking and you listen. You can also discuss with me simultaneously. For any of the members can ask questions and we can discuss on that. Okay, so it's basically, again, I am using this opportunity to improve the awareness among various people, even learned people like you, about the meteorological disasters, which we always live with, and the meteorological instruments, and the climate change, the burning topic all over the world these days, climate change, like global warming and things like that, which are affecting the mankind. All those things we would discuss, and I think I can spend an hour with you. And right now it is about 6:40. Maybe by 7:30, I would like to finish that. Is that okay, sir? Ravindra, sir?
It's okay, sir. You can take your convenient time, because this day is dedicated to this important occasion. And most of us are, social workers. So it is very important, to play a crucial role in community.
Right. Yeah. Yes, good. So I am joining a good community like social workers. So where we have no profit motto, only service motto is there behind. And yeah, if you are in future somewhere needing my services, I can join your group also to render that service to particular community, like people who are affected by certain meteorological disasters, or awareness creation among some students, college students, university students, anywhere. I can give some guest lecture to you at no cost, basically. So just like you, I can be one of you, I can say. Right. So thank you. Yes. So today, as you say, is the WMO Day, and you already read this slide. It is an organization under UNO and there are 193 member countries. Almost you can say the whole world, all the countries are members in it, because meteorological data is required for every country to give meteorological forecast and services to that country's population. And the observations are made by each country individually. So in India, we make our own set of observatories, install the various meteorological instruments, keep our various people, and sometimes automated systems are installed, and the weather data is collected at different frequencies in hourly basis in automated systems, and at 3-hourly basis on a manual observatory, which is manned by certain employees of IMD or certain participating departments. And different frequencies, like automated equipment like weather radars, they scan at a frequency of every 10 minutes, and satellites do scans of about 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, depending on the requirement. The observations are made, and this data is collected by every country's own infrastructure, and this data is exchanged globally with other countries. Because when we analyze this weather data, we not only need our own data, but we also need neighboring data. Because if I'm sitting in today Hyderabad, to give a forecast to Hyderabad city, just knowing the weather information, the current weather, what is the temperature, what is the rainfall, things like that of Hyderabad only is not sufficient. I should know what is there around our place, like various districts around this, various states around us, even the oceans around us, because the weather always moves from place to place. It moves from time to time. It's totally dynamic in nature. Therefore, the weather which is right now to the west of Hyderabad, 100 kilometers away, can move slowly to Hyderabad after an hour, or it can move after 3 hours, like that. So if I know what's there, that 100 kilometers away right now, I can tell Hyderabad people that, yes, after 1 hour, you are going to get rain, because right now the cloud is over 100 kilometers west of this Hyderabad. So just like a place like this, even among the countries also the same scenario happens. So because weather doesn't have any political boundary, it moves from one country to other country without any passport and visa, as you know. So people have to cooperate and make some understanding with the neighboring countries and get the data and use it for their own analysis, and then make the weather services possible for that country in a very useful and effective way. That's how the weather department work at every country. And WMO is an agency which coordinates all these activities. Apart from coordinating the friendly exchange of data, they also help the poor countries with technology, with advanced technology equipment, also the techniques and the programs, the numerical weather prediction models. These are the computer programs which are used for analyzing the data in a large data analysis machine. And nowadays, this is the most useful and popular thing. As the data sets are increasing, it becomes difficult for human meteorologists or scientists to look at the data themselves in a manual way and analyze that and come to a conclusion of the weather system is very difficult. So computers are pressed into service, and they are very, very high powered computers where large data, because as in today, if you take any data of large quantity, the meteorological data stands among the top. So the data contained in any bank or in any system, you say, is much less as compared to meteorological data, which is generated very frequently and very, you can say, spatially dense locations. Therefore, weather data needs very, very, very high computer processings, and that's why very high powerful computers are used in this, because of the large size data and large frequency of the data. And you may be aware that the first supercomputers among the world were used only in weather data processing. This is the importance of weather data. So the WMO helps the poor countries with the programs, computer programs, as well as the computers hardwares, as well as the meteorological instruments and the knowledge, and even sends some helping teams to them to establish certain equipment and all. So this is the role of the WMO, and every country's chief of the meteorology division would be a member or permanent representative in the WMO, like our Director General of IMD, India Meteorological Department, as on today, Dr. Mahapatra, is a permanent representative of the country in WMO. And every year, various seminars are held, policy matters are discussed, and policies are created for developed countries and developing countries. And the share of the developed countries is there in the financially also to help the poor countries established, because even they, the developed countries, need data of the poor countries. If the poor country, suppose, is not having sufficient observation network and not providing the data, the programs, meteorological programs, or the numerical weather prediction models of the developed countries also would suffer for the lack of data, because these, even however developed the country may be, they won't go to another country and take weather observation. So the local people have to do that, local government has to do that, and they have to share the data. So that's how it works, everyone on the globe to get the benefit of this sharing and exchange of the meteorological data. All right. So, and every year WMO celebrates with a different theme, and that the theme for this year has been the future of weather, climate, and water across generations. So yes, today we have some weather, and we just heard that the weather is always dynamic, and the climate and the weather is, of course, is the current and the present scenario of the atmosphere and the weather. The climate, when you say, it's an average of weather information, maybe temperature, maybe rainfall, or maybe something else of the weather. And over a period of time, it's averaged. Normally, climate we refer as a 30 years average data. For example, today maximum temperature of Hyderabad is, say, 40 degrees centigrade. Okay. What does the climate normal of this temperature, maximum temperature of Hyderabad say? The last 30 years, on the same day, that is 23rd March, last 30 years, maximum temperature, if you take an average, you get some figure, maybe 38.5 degrees or 38.4 degrees. That is the climatological normal maximum temperature of Hyderabad for that day. And every day would have its different value per maximum temperature. Because, of course, we don't go by day-wise variations. We have a scheme called Pentad, means every 5 days we make one average, and say March 23rd to March 28th, one value is taken, same value is used. So we use it as a normal value, and we compare in every day where that day's maximum temperature stands. Is it above the climate normal, or it is above below the climate normal, and how much is the variation? If the average our climate normal is 38.5 degree and today's temperature is 40 degrees, and today's temperature is 1.5 degrees above normal. That's how you get this information in weather bulletins of every weather meteorological office. And like that, if this above normal, in case of temperature, if that such variation is more than 5 degrees on a day, then we call it's a heat wave. So it happens only in summer's months. We cannot say if the temperature is more than 5 degrees maximum temperature in December month, which is normally a winter season. We want to tell it is a heat wave. So in winters, we use the minimum temperatures to declare if there is any cold wave in the country somewhere. In summers, we use the maximum temperature to give if there is any heat wave. So it is for the analysis as well as the prediction as well. Okay. And that's how the climate is information is created using the daily weather observational data collected over last many decades. Okay, and we normally use 30 degrees climate, and it is a normal. WMO has recommended this 30 years average to be the normal of every country, and local countries have, say in some countries, they say the younger countries or the countries which are poor, which could not have meteorological data earlier, they established 20 years back only. So they don't have 30 years data. In that case, they will make a 20-year climate value, climate normal value. So that is okay temporary, but as soon as they reach to that 30 years average data collection is there, they should make it 30 years average. That is the WMO recommendation. But one can use even 100 years data as a 100-year climate normal. So that climate change, what we are these days crying globally at the developed countries and developing countries and everywhere is something like that. So they started talking of climate change after industrialization of the globe way back in 1960s and 1960s, I can say. After that, they observed that the temperature is every year, it is only rising some 0.1 degree, 0.01 degree, something like that. And today we have come to a average rise of 1.1 degree globally. So this 1.1 degree rise of climate temperature normal, maximum temperature that is actually, is not the one place value, not in Hyderabad, not in Delhi, not in New York, not in Geneva. It is somewhere global average. So today, if you take the maximum temperature of Hyderabad, you say, let us say 40, Delhi is 39, and New York is only just 20 degrees, and Tokyo is somewhere 25 degrees. Okay, so like that, all the global data, available data is averaged. So somewhere it will be even negative temperatures also. If you go to poles, like, Antarctica, where research stations are there, like the India also, Maitri, like that. So there are countries which negative temperatures also. So all the average put together, it is a rise of 1.1 degrees. So normally, if yesterday's and today's difference is that even 2 degrees, 3 degrees also, even if it is in the peak of summer, like, 45 degrees to 46 degrees, one may not find much difference. The day with 45 degrees temperature maximum, the day with 46 degrees maximum may not differ, show a physical difference to the body of a person. Of course, it differs. The effect differs from the physics of, you can say, the body of a person, depending on its age, depending on his gender, depending on his strength of the body, the tolerance level of the body. So the effects are different on different people. But just taking an average person, the effect seen may not be much. But if it means it is 1.1 global average, it actually may mean even 10 degrees difference also at a particular location. So that's what is the inherent meaning in this cry about the global warming. So this is a serious concern, and we are thinking that if the rise in the climate temperatures is increasing every year like this, and maybe after another 20-30 years, we would reach even 1.5 degrees centigrade, and the result is going to be catastrophic, like melting of icebergs in the oceans, and polar region ice melting, and rise of sea level due to that ice melting, and you can say the droughts occurring across the globe at various countries, especially the equatorial countries, where the temperatures are always very warm, and things like that. So we'll go to the climate change aspect a bit later, because just to touch the term climate, I just had given you certain description about that. Okay, and I'm not discussing the theme of this year WMO Day. So the water, the WMO is also looks after the atmosphere as well as the hydrology. Hydrology means all the water related matters. So the rivers on the land, the ocean levels, as well as the parameters in these rivers and groundwater, and all those things are also of human concern. So water, when we talk about drinking water, comes to our first need. So without drinking water, we can't survive. So everybody needs a healthy and clean drinking water. And it is found that many countries are already facing problem with making the drinking water available to the complete population. Some of the population are underprivileged and they would still travel miles and miles every day to get the few liters of drinking water for them. That is a scenario. And with this global warming, the groundwater table is expected to still deplete, and the problems of the people, at least in some countries, are going to increase and increase and increase. So with this scenarios of the weather and climate and water availability, comfortability, and water we can say situations, what will happen across the generations? The next generation, the children of us and their children in the next generation, what will happen to them is a big question, big question. And today there was a conference on that, as I said, the awareness program in IMD, Meteorological Center, Hyderabad. I was there to share my experience over there. So one of the child who was studying in 7th class was asking a question in the interactive session. So he said the global warming is rather frightening us. That what is our future? He was straight away questioning us, what is our future with this climate change happening? Then I said, I am very sorry, beta. So me and my earlier generations, my fathers and forefathers, right from industrial era, have over exploited the resources of the nature. We have used the fossil fuels very badly. We have created pollution. So we have generated greenhouse gases and caused the global warming. And we are leaving you today in this situation and asking you in future you carry on fighting with this climate change. This is a scenario which is created by human beings, maybe mostly by developed countries, but to that matter, everyone as on today on the globe has one or the other way contributed to this global warming and this thing. Now, what is in our hand? In our hand, actually, there is very little because nature is very big, very great. And we have created that climate change not over a decade or over a century, I can say more than a century time has happened probably. And only calculations are coming right from 1960s, but even that is 80 years, sorry, about 50 years or so. Definitely, knowingly, unknowingly, humans have done this thing to the bad thing to the climate. And even if everybody takes cautions, everybody plays their role responsibly in this world today, even we may delay the damage, further damage, but I think it is not possible to reverse the damage already done. The rise of 1.1 degrees centigrade is almost not possible to reverse it, take back to 0 degree difference. It is not, what can you do? Because the population is only increasing. The the overexploitation of the planet is still increasing. People exploit and say that we have not done anything. We have only used it reasonably. But I don't think it is reasonable in terms of the nature itself, in terms of the, you can say, the creation of the nature itself. So we think so. I'm going to my office in my car because it is a need for me. But nature says it is not. It is, you have other ways of doing it without polluting the weather, by using your different ways of travel, like a bicycle and walking. But still, I don't do it. But I still say I am not damaging the atmosphere. So this is a trend of the people, of the learned communities, and as well as developed countries. And with this, definitely, I told that child, yes, we are burdening you with this status, and your generation has to tackle it more efficiently, and whatever life is left for us, maybe 10 years, 15 years, we will try to lessen the damage, but not totally not damage. That is the scenario. So yes, so I think such questions were put across to the great world leaders also in the various climate change panels across various universities, and even the global, you can say, discussions also. And people have nothing to say than sorry, I believe, especially our generation. Yeah. So this is the thing. So coming to the generations means it is really frightening, and we have to take care of our generations, and we have to do minimal damage to the climate change. Okay. So I'll come to the, again, the basics of atmosphere. As you know, the atmosphere means the air around us, we know. So air around us in the earth structure, if you see, the air from ground level up to say 18 kilometers from the ground level, that is a layer called troposphere in the atmospheric jargons. So these are the various layers: troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere. These are the layers as you go away from ground to that thing. So the lowest layer is the troposphere. It is this region all around the Earth's surface up to 18 kilometers at the equator, and if you go to poles, it is only 8 kilometers. So the height varies from equator to the pole, and within this area, the air circulates, moves from one place to other place, both longitudinally, means from equator towards poles and poles to equator, and also from one latitude to other latitude, say from Pakistan to India, India to Bangladesh, and reverse directions. All the way the global air circulates actually. Okay, so in this atmosphere, tropospheric layer only, all the weather activity happens. So weather activity means the formation of clouds, occurring of rainfall, occurring of thunder, occurring of lightning. So all these activities happen here only. So no rainfall, no thunder, no lightning, and all in other layers like above 18 kilometers, that is stratosphere or mesosphere, except some minimal phenomena are seen in stratosphere. Yeah. So to know the weather parameters, let us know what is weather parameters. Weather parameters means atmospheric pressure. It is the pressure, means it is simply the weight of the air column above us on a particular place. If there is 18 kilometers up to there is air, so it is exerting certain weight due to gravity onto the surface of the air. So that is called your pressure. And the temperatures. So temperature is actually the heat status of the air around us. So we can keep a thermometer in the air and see up to what it is reading. So that will give you the current temperature information. So we can measure whenever we want, and we have some equipment which can store such data, record and data with certain periodicity. Okay, and if you continuously mention in 24 hours, every minute you measure the temperature of a particular place, you can come to know what was the maximum in that 24 hours, so what was the minimum value, so what is the hourly. So using that, so various climatological information is also created. So one can say during sunset time, what is the temperature average climatology, at sunrise time, what is that, and midnight, early morning, like that. Various ways people can use it depending on the requirement. Then humidity. Humidity is, the air around us, it has various gases in it. So nitrogen is the most, you can say, percentage of the gas available in the air. So 78% is the nitrogen, then some oxygen, some hydrogen, all these various small traces gases are available. Okay. And humidity is H2O. It's a combination of oxygen and hydrogen. So humidity is also available in the atmosphere. But how much humidity is there is an important measure for analyzing the likely formation of clouds, likely formation of rainfall, and all those things. Okay. So humidity is a very good information required for finding out or forecasting the rainfall. Okay, so humidity can be anything from 0 to 100%, but normally it varies on a humid day. So when there is a rain happening, so the percentage of humidity will be very high, more than 80% or so. So in sometimes we get even low percentage, as much as even 15% also. Less than that doesn't normally happen on land areas. So in ocean areas, if you see just a few meters above the sea surface, if you take the air temperature, air humidity, so it will be very high. So because always the sea surface, water evaporates from the sea surface. It same thing happens on lakes and rivers, wherever water bodies are there, large water bodies. So because of the heat temperature in the water itself, some kind of evaporation continuously happens and it goes into the air near to the surface. So therefore the air in the neighborhood of that water body is always having higher humidity, and as it the humidity gets dissipated, rather flows in the air from one place to other place, it dissipates or dissolves in the air, and the percentage reduces, right? And rainfall, as you know, it is the amount of water that is water or precipitation. What we call precipitation means kinds of rainfall included in that. Rainfall is liquid rain. You have solid rain, that is called your ice pellets falling. You can say snowfall. You can also call hailstorm in the form of ice balls falling from the clouds, that one. And other mix of both will be there. You can call, sleet, graupel, and the various names are there. So the cold countries always witness snowfall also, normal rainfall also. But in India, in southern India, normally snowfall is no chance because of the warm air. You always get only liquid rain, except that in the hail situation, because the cloud has grown so tall, and from very top, from the freezing level in the atmosphere, the ice forms there and falls as a ball, and it doesn't melt before it reaches ground. Therefore, the ice ball is seen falling from the sky. So that is the hailstone, what we call it. That is different thing. Actually, normal, it's not taken as a normal rain, it is a hailstorm it is taken as. And then wind. In a air, when it is in motion, moving from one place to other place, so we call it as a wind. Okay. So when there is a wind, we are definitely interested to know from what direction and what is the speed of the wind. Two are the things which are related to the wind. And normally we take horizontal wind only, means at a certain level on the ground, from one point to the other point, the air moves. That is a horizontal wind flow. There is a vertical wind flow also, from ground to upper levels of the atmosphere and upper levels to ground level also. The air flows, that is a vertical speed. But such in that is not easy to measure, because someone has to go into the high levels of the atmosphere to measure, or you have to send certain instruments there to make the measurements. Well, that is having very you can say limited movement only. Only when the clouds are forming in the growth stage only, the air from ground level goes vertically upwards into the sky and then condenses there and then forms the cloud. So that is called convection. The water vapor containing at the ground level is lifted upwards in the sky due to buoyancy, and it forms a cloud. So that is you can say convection. And sometimes there is a subsidence from a top level also, the air flows downwards. So you might have seen when there is a thunderstorm or a hailstorm, a strong wind blows from cloud to bottom. So because of the rain falling from the cloud, the water droplets push the air downwards and they comes down. So it is called downward vertical wind. So these are also kind of wind motions and wind directions and speeds, I can say, and they are differently used at different situations. Then cloud, as you know, cloud, when you look into the sky, you will find some white colored mass of humidity, okay, like a cotton ball. So they are in various kinds are there, clouds. When you talk of clouds, the shape matters, the height of the cloud, where it is located also matters. the color of the cloud matters and all. So dark clouds, that is, which are gray or black in color, are very high density clouds, and they definitely give us a lot of rain, a lot of thunderstorm activity, lightning activity and all. Okay, so this, therefore, the clouds, when I think one slide would explain about these clouds in detail. Then when you say air, then pollution. Pollution means a pure air, which is said 78% nitrogen and 15% oxygen and things like that. If that is different, and if there are addition of some poisonous gases, unhealthy gases, we call there is a pollution. And that pollution is again to be measured, that how much, like, the normal pollutions, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and sulfur dioxide, sulfur, so many pollutants are there in the atmosphere. So that creates the called air pollution. Okay, that also it can be measured with some sensors actually. And then solar radiation. So the sun rays coming from the sun and falling on the earth are actually the resource of the earth, you can say, in terms of the heat. So they bring the heat from the sun to the ground through radiation. Okay, so the sun is radiating the energy, and earth, any body, whether it is earth or moon or any other planet or anything, which where the sun ray is falling, it rather brings the energy, heat energy, and the body absorbs the heat from the solar radiation as per its only albedo. What we call albedo means the capacity to absorb it. So if it is a black body, it absorbs more energy. If it is a light colored body, like a place where a lot of snowfall is there, white it is there, it rather reflects more than what it absorbs it. So, okay. So therefore, the ground part absorbs more heat than the hilly areas where snowfall is there, or even the oceans. Okay. So the solar radiation is actually in a shortwave radiation, what we call. The frequency of the radiation is very high frequency, and the energy is also very intense in that. Okay. So the ground actually gets heated by this. So if you go by the emblem of IMD, it is written in the Sanskrit, Aditya Jayate Vrushti. It means, Aditya means sun. Aditya Jayate Vrushti means sun is the source of energy. Because of this energy and because of the sun, all the weather, all the atmospheric activity happens. Had there not been any sun, there would not have been any weather activity on the earth or around the earth. That is the summary of it. So Aditya Jayate Vrushti, the Sanskrit term, actually is a summary of the total weather activity, I can say. So this, going by that, so this is the sun, this is the heat that is actually responsible for various weather activities on the earth. So that is very important. So measuring that, how much radiation is coming to the ground. Okay, as you said, it depends from place to place. It depends on time of the day. Okay, so the absorption of the heat by the ground is maximum at noon time, when the sun rays fall vertically 90 degrees perpendicular to the surface of the earth. If they fall with certain inclination, like during the sunrise time or sun set time, or in between, say from midday to before noon or midday afternoon, there would be certain angle. So in that case, some absorption does happen by the ground, and some energy would be reflected back into the atmosphere and sky. Okay, so so therefore the heating will be maximum when the sun rays falling on vertically, which is normally around the noon. That is called local noon. And the surface of the earth keeps rising, temperature keeps rising after sunrise. Slowly it will be increasing, and by midday it comes to near peak, and by 2 o'clock it comes to the peak of the heat. And then as the sun moves to the west in the remaining day, the absorption becomes lesser and lesser and lesser, and after sunset there is no sun rays and no energy coming. And at that time, the globe, or you can say the earth, what has the energy, what it has observed throughout the day, then it has gained certain temperature. Say the average is, the global average is actually 30 degrees. So, sorry, 15 degrees. So then at that temperature, which is positive, so it keeps radiating. So as you know, in the science, any body, whether it is a metal body or it is a stone or it is something having certain temperature, it will radiate certain energy from that. So that's why when you put a hand very close to a very hot utensil just after cooking removed from the stove, you would find the warmer, right? So we don't touch the utensil, but still we feel the warmth of it. So which is coming from that hot body. So earth also has the same function. So it when it is having certain temperature, it is bound to radiate back. So it radiates the energy in long wave. It is called infrared radiation. So it is called long wave radiation. So it will be by radiating, what happens, that body gets cooled also. So after sunset, the earth starts cooling down. So it's cooling down, it starts cooling through the night, and till morning it will be most cooled. Just before sunrise, the lowest minimum temperature, if you see, measure it on the close to the earth surface, you will find it. So that's how the earth happens to get the radiation and re-radiate it to the atmosphere, things like that. Okay. And then due to this heat, we get evaporation. Evaporation is from any liquid gets evaporated. We talk about water here, in the oceans, in the various bodies, the evaporation happens. So also it happens from the damp soils. Like, you know, in agriculture, people irrigate the fields. And if evaporation is more, the land over there, the ground over there dries up very fast. Okay, and that is a undesirable feature for the farmer, because they will have to irrigate more frequently. Every irrigation costs them certain cost. So it is desirable. Evaporation is not desirable, but evaporation is desirable for formation of clouds and formation of rains. So it is another aspect of the day. So when you get a rain, you get back the water to the earth, and you get cooling in the temperature. Urban population are very happy with that, such type of rains happening in the summer and all, things like that. Then soil temperature, so means just like earth temperature, soil temperature. This term is used only for the agriculture, basically. So soil means normally we take the soil about up to 1 feet from top of the ground, where normal the cropping activity, the roots penetrate, and irrigation activity happens. So agricultural people, they measure this soil temperature at 5 centimeters from top of the ground, and 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters. At different, you can say, plantations need different levels of humidity as well as temperature. So it is basically their business. But there is it's also, you can say, one parameter as far as the meteorology is concerned. Then moisture in the soil. Wherever there is a humidity, we call it as a moist thing. So in the soil, if there is a humidity, we call it as soil moisture. Again, there are some sensors, some instruments which can be placed in the mud or soil and can measure the moisture. It is also one very nice information required for farmers. If the moisture is enough, they don't have to bother about irrigating it. If the moisture falls certain below level, and then they need to irrigate at that time. That is the thing. Okay, so I am covering most talks only with a few slides. Okay, so then when we come to know, so we have seen these are the meteorological parameters which need to be measured, which need to be monitored, which need to be analyzed, and which need to be forecasted also. When I give forecast also, when I measure temperature, I should it is expected by a common man that the meteorologist or the department concerned should give them the forecast for tomorrow, day after, and say as much as possible, say 3 days, 5 days, 1 week, 1 year. The the expectations, there is no limit, of course. They can demand, the various activities demand such a forecasting information. So I measured today temperature, and I should tell tomorrow the temperature, maximum temperature in Hyderabad is going to be like this, or it is going to be like this over the Bay of Bengal, or something like that. So a forecasting of all these parameters is desirable, but it is not possible to forecast all such parameters. But the main important parameters which affect the human activities are given importance in giving the forecast. Okay, especially the priority goes as per the disaster they cause. Okay, so for example, temperature, high temperature in summers causes heat waves. Prolonged heat wave exposure will cause health problems to individuals. And the health problems are, as I discussed, they are more felt in old people and infants, and less felt in young and people like that. So different scenarios happen as far as the impact of this disaster is concerned, and various people have to take various level of precautions also. So, depending on the disaster thing, so in summer, therefore, we give warning or we give forecast for the maximum temperature aspect. In winters, you can cold waves are similarly dangerous. Too much of lower temperature is again going to impact the human health, and there also can fatal things can happen. People can die, animals can die due to very low temperatures, and persisting low temperatures for continuously longer times. If for 1 hour a day, 2 hour a day, very high temperature of 48 degrees also comes, and maybe I can tolerate it. But if I have to face that 48 degrees centigrade continuously for 3 days, 4 days, well, my body may not cooperate, and the suffering will be more, and it can be even fatal. Like that, every parameter that beyond the tolerable limit of time as well as intensity will attract, you can say, the forecast parameters like that. Okay, so the impacts related to hailstorm, impacts related to cyclones, all these things are given priority according to the seasons and according to the requirement. And some countries never get cyclones. For example, even in India, only coastal areas are affected by the cyclones. Inland areas like Delhi will never get a cyclone. Hyderabad will never get a cyclone. Maybe some side effect of some good rain would happen. So a cyclone which is crossing from Bay of Bengal into Andhra Pradesh coast would cause damage on the coastal area. And when some of the clouds after next day or 2 days later would travel to Telangana and Hyderabad, and they give a good rain to us. Telangana people really welcome such rains. So the undesirable thing for one set of people can be a desirable thing for another set of people. So it all depends. Therefore, the disaster is differently perceived by different people, and as per their capacity, capability, and all those things, the various forecasting and awareness and alert programs, warnings are issued by the concerned governments, right? So these weather parameters, what we talked earlier, are needed to be monitored or measured to understand the current scenario of the weather around our place, around our country, you can say across the globe. So for measuring that observations, you can see this image gives you, I can say, the total different kinds of ways of measurement. I'll start with, can say, the bottom left. Okay, I think you are not able to see my cursor. Anyway, the bottom left where surface station is given, that is the very most common weather observatory. That means on the surface of the ground it is established, therefore it is called surface station. So to measure rain, their instrument called rain gauge is used. Where is this rain gauge put? It is kept in on the ground, it is installed, where in a setup called observatory. The observatory is again safeguarded because there should not be any theft, there should not be any damage to that instrument, and there should be someone who go there and take a note of the reading. So let us wait 24 hours. If some rain has come, so somebody has to go and see whether there is a water in the rain gauge. Some water is collected in the rainfall collector. So if there is a rainfall, then question comes how much it is. So he has to measure it, and then he will make a record. So okay, there at this place on this day, from this time to this time, this much millimeters or centimeters of rain or inches of rain has happened. So similarly, there will be instrument called thermometer, and there will be all those instruments required in the surface observatory or rain gauge, evaporation meter, temperature. Again, in temperature, maximum temperature thermometer separate will be there. Minimum temperature thermometer will be there. Current thermometer will be there. For humidity measuring, some wet bulb thermometer also will be there. Okay, and then wind speed measurement is done by anemometer. I think I'll go all details again separately. So on surface, there is an observatory, and they are installed at various places. There is an observatory almost, average about every 150 kilometers or 200 kilometers, there will be one observatory. In India, we can say as of now, every district headquarters, we have got a weather observatory of this kind where a person goes and takes measurement. Okay, and then just beside that, you are seeing one called with on the building top, some instruments are there. These are the anemometer and wind vane. And there are some automatic weather stations. Instead of having someone to go there and make a measurement, so we install some sensors, and with battery powered and with telecommunication system installed in that, a integrated automatic weather station is there. So periodically, it makes note or record of the information. So every hour, normally we program it. It can be programmed for even higher frequency, like every 5 minutes, 10 minutes also. Recently, we started doing it because when you start more data, transmission is it was loading the communication channels and all. Nowadays, the communications is easy. You got a very fast communications because of the mobile speeds and other things, improved speeds and other things. So we are now getting the update from every 10 minutes also from the automatic weather station. So they record temperature, pressure, humidity, rainfall, wind speed, wind direction. So they create one message automatically, and they send the message to a responsible weather collecting station. So normally state meteorological centers like Hyderabad for Telangana are the agencies who collect the data. So they collect it, and they store the data, and they also share with our headquarters. Also from headquarters, the data is shared with neighboring countries, and also to the global the WMO members countries. Whichever countries want it, they can actually, the data is kept in a server, and any country needing can timely download the data and use it for their purposes. Okay, this is surface station observation. Similarly, like the weather on the ground, like temperature, humidity, etc. on the ground, we have weather at different levels in the atmosphere. Let us say if you go 1 kilometer above ground level, so there is also some temperature, there is also certain humidity, there is some wind speed and wind direction, everything is there. Okay, so this information is also very necessary to analyze the total atmosphere condition. Just knowing the surface information is not enough. We need to know what's happening in the upper air also. We call this different levels in the atmosphere, say 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, up to 18 kilometers is information required for, you can say, analyzing and giving the weather forecast effectively. So to know this weather, what we do, we send some instrument having certain sensors like temperature sensor, humidity sensor, pressure sensor and all. So we put a battery, it is powered by the battery, and we put a transmitter in that so that it measures and transmits to us to the ground. And we call this instrument called as radio sonde, SONDE. So radio means wireless, sonde is an instrument name. So this instrument is tied to one hydrogen filled balloon, a rubber balloon where we fill the hydrogen, so that if you release it, the hydrogen, due to less buoyancy, so it takes the balloon upwards. It makes an ascent of the balloon, vertically it goes up. So this instrument, when tied to this hydrogen filled balloon and left it, so it will be vertically moving it. Of course, it won't straight move vertically. because there are some horizontal winds in the atmosphere at different levels. Winds are there in different direction as per the season, as per the day, time, and everything. So these horizontal winds will not allow the balloon to go vertically up. So it will be going upwards, as well as it will be drifted horizontally according to the wind speed. If there is a wind coming from north side, the balloon will be drifted to the southward. Like that it will go. So it will not go vertically, but it will be drifting. Sometimes so it goes vertically as per the amount of the hydrogen gas filled in the balloon. The bigger balloon you use and put more hydrogen gas, the balloon will go upwards very fast. Maybe about half a kilometer in 1 minute or something like that. Okay. Normally we use about 5 meters per second. So that is the ascent we feel. We'll calculate the hydrogen gas required, balloon size required, and all, and we make a land experiment with that and do that. So such balloons are released at certain centers, because this is an expensive thing. You have to have a rubber balloon, you have to have hydrogen gas, you have manpower to release that and gather the data and all those things. It is a expensive thing. It costs each instrument. Actually, in India, it was costing around 6,000 to 7,000 rupees. And the balloon is another 1,000 rupees, and the gas is about another 500 rupees. So this not 500, even 1,000 plus only. So altogether, it is an very expensive thing, and only at certain locations like Hyderabad, we have in all India we have 63 stations which are manned by India Meteorological Department, and the observations are taken twice a day. Morning once, every day at 5:30 in the morning, and again at 5:30 in the evening. The observation is taken. It takes about 1 hour for the balloon to go to a certain height of about 25 kilometers or so. Up to that height, it continuously, every second, it sends a signal. Yes, this is the temperature here, this is the humidity here, this is the pressure here, this is the wind speed and wind direction, things like that. So these balloons, these instruments with balloon, they are having a GPS transmitter in that. So they know where they are, the coordinates, latitude, longitude, and altitude, 3 parameters are there in the GPS information, and that positional data is also transmitted. So we come to know at this latitude, longitude, and at this height, and this is the temperature there, this is the humidity there, like that. So these observations are also very crucial, important. So both are, of course, managed from the ground level, and they are called, in situ observations. At that place, the value of the information is measured, right? And in the oceans, now what happens? So there are ships going in the ocean, because oceans are very wider, and for such a large distances, if you don't have weather information, it is again difficult for analysis and giving a forecast. So we use all the meteorological community through WMO. We use all these commercial merchant ships to observe the weather and transmit to us. So there is again collaborative program. The WMO encourages all these such mercantile ships to install meteorological instruments aboard that ship, and one of the officers on the ship is assigned this job. So he is responsible for giving weather forecast also to the ship captain to make his cruise comfortable as well as safe. And then he also take the observations. Even on the ship also, they release these balloons and take weather observation, upper air information they collect, and they transmit through their wireless systems to, again, some ground nearest coastal station, and they gather the data and again exchange again globally, like that. And also, apart from ships, there are some floating instruments like automatic weather station, which is on a small 3 meters pole, put on the ground, and sensors are installed, batteries there. It gets battery gets power from the solar panel, things like that are there. Similar system is there on the ocean. So, but where it's there, one float is used like a boat, fiberglass ball like thing is there, over which this automatic weather station is fixed, and it is manufactured, designed and manufactured in such a way that it floats on the sea always vertically. The instruments are always in the air, and the bottom of the buoy is having a heavy weight so that the instrument even don't fall onto the water surface. So such floating, they are called buoys. So these buoys are used to make observation at certain points. They move, in the waves, these buoys also move from place to place, but they have the GPS and they tell where they are. So we take the data of that place only wherever they are. Some of the buoys are moored. Moored means they are fixed to the ocean surface. So a big chain and some weight is put, which goes to the bottom of the sea, and it holds it. So although it is floating on the surface, it won't move much away. It may move a little bit as per the length of the chain and all. So it may move 1 kilometer this side, that side. So they are called moored buoys. So such are also certain instruments used for observing there. We also use aircraft. In aircraft also, like in ship, weather observation systems are there. So the pilots report the weather, and these are the pilots, or this aviation activity is the most sensitive activity for weather information. They need to have weather accurate forecast of the weather when they are flying for their safety. Otherwise, they are likely to be endangered. The flight can even get damaged in the air, or even crash also. That is the reason. So you can say in the very beginning stages, the weather information or forecast was used only in the aviation industry. So the pilots also use the information, and also they provide the input to meteorologists, like in their flight when they are flying at different places, what is the weather. In fact, it is all automated. The sensors make measurement, and the aircraft communicates to the ground to various ATCs for communication. So there is a particular channel in which the data is automatically transmitted. Okay, if the pilot experiences certain bad weather somewhere, which has troubled his flight, such information they specifically give it after landing. So some of the pilots don't give it. It is a different issue. But the WMO again coordinates with these civil aviation departments to help the meteorological community by taking such observations and providing to us. And also, apart from this, we have a remote sensing. Remote sensing means we measure in all these cases, the weather observation is done at that place. Wherever the instrument is there, we know the weather information from that place. Now, something called remote sensing. Remote sensing means the first example is satellite. The satellite is sitting at some different height in the sky. The polar orbiting satellites are about 800 to 850 kilometers above the ground level. They are moving around the Earth. And there are another kind of satellite called geostationary satellites, which are sitting at a particular slot at about 36,000 kilometers vertically above the equator. So these geostationary satellites only sit over equator. They cannot sit anywhere else because of these all, you can say, the gravitational forces and other things, right? So they have sensors there in the satellite, but they send signals to the ground and atmosphere and make measurements. Okay, so therefore, they are making the weather parameter measurement for a different place than where they are located. Therefore, we call it as remote sensing, right? So satellites are one such remote sending instruments, which, so it has a camera, it has an infrared camera, it has a thermal camera. So many types of instruments are there on board satellite, especially satellites are designed especially for meteorological applications. INSAT series of satellites of Government of India, that is ISRO's satellites, have some meteorological sensors, and they are also used for other applications like communications, also disaster management, also things like that. But like Meteosat and all are satellite exclusively for satellite applications. Other than the telemetry and satellite control, satellite navigation control, they don't use the satellite for any other application than meteorological observations. Okay, whatever it may be, the meteorological sensors, like a camera, so it focuses. It's like very high-powered zooming type of camera installed in the satellite, looks onto one spot on the Earth, and it measures the visible thing. So what is the color it is getting it? Normally, when you see from the space, Earth is only seen in gray shades. 0 to 257, 256 levels of grayness. White is wine and 256 is the black. Like that, the gray scales are used to analyze the different things. So when there is a cloud at a particular spot on the Earth or close to the Earth, basically it is not on the Earth, it is certain height from the Earth. The cloud is always in the air. Maybe it is about 15 kilometers above the ground, or it is extending from say 1 kilometer to 15 kilometers or 10 kilometers. As per the depth or thickness of the cloud, it is there. So if there is a cloud, the camera sees as a white dot. If there is no cloud, it is a earth, it looks as a black thing. If there are some low density clouds, it sees as certain in-between value, that is gray value. So like that, the camera makes measurement and it gives us the data of the camera is actually a scanning like of camera. It starts like, your ultrasound scan or something like, it starts from one side and goes to the other side of the image. So left to right, it will be doing line by line, line by line. And every time at every spot, whatever pixel it says, and it communicates a series of data to the ground station where we use this information and recompose an image of that area in which the camera has scanned. And we make a satellite imagery, which we will be seeing in the next slides. Okay, so this data is useful for meteorologists to understand in a larger. Okay, then we have another one in the middle of this slide. You can see a white dish antenna like thing. This is called radars, weather radars. Weather radars are again remote sensing. They are installed, of course, on building top on the ground, and they send radio waves through the atmosphere through a very powerful focused dish antenna. So it sends like a torchlight beam. The light beam is used in a torch, whereas in this radar, the antenna sends a invisible radio frequency waves. And these waves travel in straight like light waves and go. If there is nothing in the atmosphere, they go infinitely and nothing comes back. In case there is a cloud, say at certain distance, say 100 kilometers, and when the antenna is looking to the east direction, there is a cloud at 100 kilometers, then that cloud scatters back certain energy in this of this radio beam. And that energy is reflected back to the antenna, and that is processed by the radar system, and it says yes, at 100 kilometers there is an object which is a cloud having certain intensity. So how much signal is scattered back, the strength of the signal is used to say how strong is that cloud, how strong is that part of the cloud basically. So this antenna is sending the beam one direction, and it moves its location. It sends 1 degree, again it moves and gives, say from north, let us start 0 degree north side, and at 1 degree it moves and sends again some pulses, the energy on that side. It takes measurement and it moves antenna to 2 degrees and then repeats it 3 degree, 4 degree, 5 degree. It makes a full rotation of 360 degrees around the particular station. Horizontally, it is sending the beam and getting the information. So if it makes one full round, we call it as a one slice or one scan of data. So when we send this radar beam like that, only at horizontal level we'll get information. But if there is a cloud at a certain height, then we'll have to send this beam vertically also and different angles also. So therefore, ultimately, we'll make one scan at 0 degree and then increase the elevation angle of this antenna to say 1 degree, again make one full round, send it to 2 degree, again make one round. Like that, different elevation angles, we make a scan, so that if you do from 0 to 90 degrees, so whole hemisphere is scanned. Horizontal hemisphere above the station is scanned, and you will come to know the total 3-dimensional view of the clouds available in that scan range. So because of the power, high power involved and all, and the natural nature of the atmosphere to absorb the energy, the energy of the radio beam close to the radar is more, and say as it goes very far away, it becomes weaker because it is absorbed by the various atmospheric particles in the air while it is traversing the atmosphere. So While going also, when scattered back, the return signal also will get absorbed. So therefore, it makes the radar you can say a limiting measurement device. So with this high power and all nowadays latest technology, maximum up to 500 kilometers distance radius only we can scan and find out the clouds. Beyond that, we cannot. And suppose there is a cloud radar in Chennai coast, and if you want to know, there is a cyclone development in the Bay of Bengal, and the radar can be used maximum up to 500 kilometers only. Beyond that, if the cyclone is there, say it is in Andaman Nicobar, you cannot use the Chennai radar will be incapable of finding it out on the, you can say measuring its or telling its position. So at that time, the satellite images would come to our rescue. They will help us. Yes, this there is a cyclone, cloud concentration, cloud density happening over that area. And if you put a radar in Andaman and Nicobar, well, you will be still covering certain 500 kilometers area around that place. So again, if you see the oceans are very large, Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, the distances are not in 500 kilometers, but much, much more than that. So radars are not always the solution to take, measure every part of the land, every part of the ocean, every part of the earth. No. So there is a limiting factor. Some places radars are therefore installed, and wherever it can be installed only on land. Or you need a base. Actually, it's a very heavy item, and it needs a big building also to install it. That is a limitation. So with this, but compared to the satellite, the radar gives us very high resolution data. Using the satellite, the spot or dot, what it is telling me is having certain area. It's about 1 kilometer radius. The highest, best satellite data is 1 kilometer radius. And normally the olden days, the INSAT series satellites, they used to be giving us minimum 2 kilometers dot. And some of the ones up to 8 kilometers. In infrared frequency, 8 kilometers. So you normally, if a cloud is itself is 8 kilometers in diameter, it tells me just one dot. I can't know the left part of the cloud is strong or right part of the cloud is strong, so you don't get integrity. So by using radars in this case, I can get up to about 300 meters resolution. So every 300 meters in a part, if the cloud is 3 kilometers wide, so I can get 10 different spots in the same cloud with different intensities. And so I can analyze where is the core of the cloud, where is the border of the cloud, like that. So it becomes very easy to understand the cloud values from this high density, high resolution scannings from the radar. So the radar scans the cloud from the ground, and the satellite scans the same cloud from the top. So therefore, we use these two remote sensing devices for finding the cloud informations. Yeah. So there are so many things. So in these various ways, the observation done. The next slides, I think I will go a bit faster. I think I have already crossed 1 hour.
You can take your own time. No problem.
Yes, okay. It should not be boring. I think, is it looking monotonous for you? Anybody wants to have some break and have some questions so far? Yeah, I think that would be better. Let us spend 10 minutes to have some interaction. Otherwise, I myself feel that I am only pumping the information and it's going into the sky, radiating into the sky.
Actually, the information is very, very informative and insightful. Unless, until you said that it is 1 hour, we didn't recognize that we passed 1 hour.
Yes. That is the subject, sir. Actually, you can spend hours together in it. And I think I have not even covered, you can say 1% of the thing right now. So, but anyway, that's not possible. I will just go, because with a few slides only, because I did not prepare appropriate slides for this forum. So I thought I will use these slides and start my talk. Yes. So anybody would like to interact with me or question something?
Yeah, friends, feel free to raise your hand to share your observations.
Yeah, I think they can unmute, is it? If they can unmute.
Yeah, they can also unmute, sir.
They can unmute and straight away ask me verbally.
Yeah,
there is
have any difficulties?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am.
I'm Mary from Bangalore, and I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and his team for giving me the opportunity to express my opinion. Sir, you have done excellent and wonderful presentations, sir. PPT is really good. I learned lots, sir, because this is new subject for me. So I was like immense of your presentation. So much slides and so much information. It's too much for me to learn. So I learned lots, sir, from this presentation. Wonderful and excellent, sir. You've done justice to the topic, sir. All the best, sir, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yeah, I think you are from a different profession than science.
I am MSW, sir.
Pardon, ma'am?
I'm a MSW professional, sir.
Okay.
Social workers.
Social working.
Professional
Yeah.
social.
Not a science. No, basically this is a physics or meteorological science. No?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But I was really stunned of your presentation, sir. I learned a lot. This and all I seen in TV only in news time meteorological. They will tell now this time it will rain. But I have done detailed research, sir. Like it was stunning for me, sir.
Yeah. So this is, I can see the background behind that, the weather forecast, what you see on the TV.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful presentation, sir.
Yeah, it's my pleasure, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. Anyone else would like to share? Feel free to unmute yourself. If you have any difficulty, you can raise your hand. We can unmute you from our side.
Yeah, okay. So
I think the way you presented, it was so lucid and, so easy to understand. There are no queries, sir. We are waiting to hear to you.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, although you told me to take your own time, I think I have my own limitation. If you want, I can join again also, not today, some other day also as well, no problem. You can directly coordinate with me. You have my number also. That's not an issue. But I am worried. It should not be too much on a given day. So the diversity in the topic is also essential, so that we get that interest in the people. Yeah. So anyway, I just will take another 10 to 15 minutes and go through that. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So this is again, I have already talked about these things in center remoting. I'll not go much into this. So if you'd like to see some figures, the satellites and the sensors abroad. So this is a satellite picture I was talking about. You can see the white parts where the white patches are there. They are the clouds, and more white means more tall cloud. So cloud definitely has certain thickness. It has some base, it has some top. So generally, these clouds which give lightning, which give thunder, they are definitely more than 7 or 8 kilometers. That the height, the top of the cloud. So generally, the base is around half kilometer from ground. Sometimes they come very close to ground also, 200 meters, 300 meters also. But generally, half kilometer from ground, the cloud base starts, and vertically, different clouds have different heights. These thunderstorm clouds are at least 7-8 kilometers. If the cloud height grows more than 10 kilometers, then lightning also and hailstorm also will come. This is the thing. So more white means they are more taller. So wherever you are seeing, that south east of Sri Lanka, thick patches of clouds are there. So they in those area in the ocean, there would be severe lightning and even hailstorms happening like that. So just this is the image normally which people see, show it on TV also as a weather news. And you can see in the close up, some clouds, how to identify. So if you can see a little bit carefully, you can see it has got some 3 dimensions. Although it is x-axis, y-axis, and vertical axis also, you can see it to a little bit. So by seeing that whiteness and the thing, so you can identify what is it is a CB or not. CB means cumulonimbus cloud. It is a short name for the cumulonimbus cloud, which is the very dark cloud, and that is the king cloud, you can say, which gives the lot of lightning, hailstorm, thunderstorm. This one. So thunderstorm clouds are CB. in meteorological coding, they are given a code 9. So you might have heard some proverbs, some people saying in their speeches, I am on cloud 9. That means I am on top of the atmosphere, you can say. He is so elevated, so happy. People express this idiom for so many instances, expressions like that. So on the left in this image, you can say thin, little gray color. No, they are thin clouds. They don't give any rain. Only the thick clouds are possible to give the rain like that. So of course, this is for this. If you come to the radar, this is the principle. I won't go. If you see this building, this is our Meteorological Center, Hyderabad, Doppler weather radar building. So on the top, you see a globe-like thing, that is called radome. It is basically a dome. Inside that, there is an antenna. There is a dish antenna, which actually rotates for scanning purpose to protect the antenna from rain, dust, and other things, temperature, high temperatures. This dome is put, which is transparent for radio waves. It allows the radio waves to go to and fro, but it protects that from the heavy rain, heat, and other things. Inside that, air conditions are also put. So just below that dome level, in that floor, there will be transmitter, receiver, and other equipment. So this building is only for, because the beam starts going out from that dome. So that level has to be above the tallest building in a city, theoretically. It should be the tallest location, this dome. That's why we construct tall buildings to install the radar. Therefore, it becomes very costly thing also, as far as the physical building infrastructure as well as radar infrastructure. So this, of course, beautifully constructed. And if you see the inside, that in close, on the left side, you see the dome top, left bottom, inside some pedestal and some dish. On the right side, you see again dish, full antenna, how it looks like. During construction, in the middle picture shows the construction time and all. So that dish antenna would be rotating. And inside that floor, you have the cupboards like things. These are the racks with the transmitter, receiver, all computerized and electronic equipment. And in this picture, the left you see the equipment, and the right you see one image of the Machilipatnam weather radar, where it shows certain cloud information. You can see in this information, the center of these circles is the location of the radar. The circles are only giving the distance from the radar, say 200, 300, 400, 500. The last outer circle is 500 kilometers radius from the radar. Okay. So if you see, there are some patches of clouds, blue color, orange color, red color, white color, patches are there. These are the clouds. So on the right side, if you see, there is a legend called DBZ. The bottom is with a dark blue color and becoming light blue, then becoming white and becoming yellow, and then orange and the red on the top. So the light blue is the low intensity cloud, and white and yellows are the moderate intensity clouds, and red are the strong clouds. So with this information, if you look at the middle of this image, towards the bottom, the south side, you find one reddish orange color streak like thing. Actually, it's showing that is the cloud with great intensity or high intensity. It is in a particular shape. It's like a curve shape. It is there. So these are the clouds which are associated with some low pressure systems, like depressions are there in the Bay of Bengal. So Machilipatnam is a coastal radar. So it is on the coast. So you can say the bottom right side, if you see the cloud patches, what you are seeing all are in the Bay of Bengal. These are the clouds in the Bay of Bengal associated with some depression. So you can imagine from these clouds, the white area, red areas are surrounded by white, and then the light blue, and then the dark blue at the edge. This is the core of the cloud. Red part is the core of the cloud, where is a strong part of the cloud. As you go from the core part of the cloud, from the center to sideways, and the intensity of the cloud becomes weaker, and finally there won't be any cloud like that. So you can, from this image, you can say from the south of the Machilipatnam up to about 200 kilometers, there were strong clouds where the heavy rain is likely. You can give an inference like this. So this information is analyzed by the meteorologist, and a forecast is given in a textual form. And such information is also passed on to the fishermen in the coastal areas, to come back to the coast, things like that. If it is a cyclone, it will be lying there for 2-3 days sometimes, and fishermen are advised not to go into sea based on this location of the cyclone and all. So this is a very useful observation required for the makers, and with little training, any common man also can use it. In the developed countries like US and all, people seen, they get this information on the apps. You got, weather app, you got so many weather related apps are there, private as well as government, and they feed these satellite images, radar images onto this app. So you can website also, you can visit through web pages, you can see. And many people, irrespective of their education level or their profession, they use this information for their day-to-day activity as per their requirement. For rain coming, not coming, all those information. Of course, text format also, message format also is sent, and the images, of course, are used by certain little educated, trained people only. But there are, I can say, more number of people who use this data there as compared to in India. So this is again one open antenna, dish antenna, which is a radar antenna, which sends signal and receives signal. So this is the radar dome you can see on the left bottom. On the right side, there is a cloud, streaks are shown. So how the signal gets reflected from the cloud is shown here. This is again I have spoken. This is another image, radar image, which I want to explain you. So this is a Hyderabad weather radar information of, you can see on the right side, there is a text. So 20 May 2016, this is the image of that time, 11 hours 22 minutes 14 Z, that is UTC. You can say GMT time. This is GMT time, 11 GMT, which means it is 11 GMT means 4:30 plus 20 is 4:52 PM. Image on 20th May 2016. It shows that the red patches are to the left of the center part of the radar. So the left portion. So there are strong clouds over the Patancheru area. So there was a heavy thunderstorm and lightning in that area, which is an observation after this cloud has passed. So this type of weather observation of the position of the clouds is very useful for people who know about this image. And this is another day where the clouds are scattered here and there. There is not a big cloud. A small patch of cloud is there to the north, to the south, to the east, west. So probably it is July 2016 is a rainy season. No? So in rainy season, you find this type of distributed clouds all over the region. Okay, so this is one area where the same intensity, by color is processed by the radar system, and it can tell you directly how much rainfall it gives. If you see this image here in the middle, there's a table shown at the bottom, 10.06 mm per hour it shows. So that time the cloud available at the radar site to the west of the radar site is expected to give 10 millimeters per hour of radar. So we can use this the color code of the intensity of the cloud to say how much rain it would come. So this is the computer, the radar computer actually takes this data, which is coming every 10 minutes, and integrates or adds on hour by hour by hour by hour, and in 24 hours, how much rain has occurred over a place, it would show in the map form. So you can see the light blue areas are the places where more rain has occurred. Dark blue places are the places where less rain has occurred. Like this, you can come to know where the rainfall has occurred and how much it has occurred. It is very much useful to agricultural people. It is useful to planners in planning and developments of the governments and all. Yeah. So this is a winds in upper river. This is a wind barb notation. You are probably not familiar. So this is an annotation. If you see in the image, the bottom side, there are two dots and vertical lines are there. One vertical line, you take any. So after the two plus sign means there is no data. After that, there is a line which is left to right. So that shows the wind is from the west side, because in an image, right is taken as the east, left is west, top is north, bottom is west, like that. In this portfolio, westerly wind is there, which is about 15 knots, or you can say 35 kilometers per hour. That's the wind speed. Of course, it needs some training to understand it. This is another image of that kind. This is again another image, a cyclone. Here, if you see in this image, again, this is a Machilipatnam radar. You can see the top left image. So towards down of the center, a globular circle like a ball like of clouds are there, which is having dark orange color in the middle and light colors around. That is actually a small cyclone, which is a rotating wind having certain core, you can say eye of the cyclone, we call it, which is very strong with intensity and strong winds is there. And the bottom below that, the left bottom also gives some red and blue patches that is showing the strong winds at that location. Same cyclone, same date, same time. So we can use the cyclonic information. You can say the position of the cyclone can be accurately said using this weather radar. And how much velocity is there, how much strong winds are there in the system, we can say and use this information in giving the forecast to the coastal people. Yes, you are going to get this cyclone storm crossing your location in next 3 hours, and the strongest wind would be this much. So they can take appropriate position. Okay, so this is one photograph we can appreciate. The left top is the location of the stations in the AP and Telangana region, and the bottom below that is a manual observatory. It is written. So you can see the instruments there. Some white wooden boxes there on the left side, left part. So this is that wooden box in which the thermometer is kept to measure temperature. Thermometer has to be installed in appropriate place. So the appropriate place is it is a wooden box which is having a ventilation so that air flows into that up in and out. So temperature has to be measured in that shaded area only. The thermometer should not be kept in exposed sun rays to measure the temperature like that. So there are instruments. This is the automatic weather station in the middle on the right side, and the middle left is the automatic rain gauge. And on the left bottom, you see sea buoys is there. So it's a floating automatic weather station on the surface, sea surface, like that. This is the barometer for measure. I don't go much into this already. Digital barometer. This is a instrument for recording the pressure on continuous scale, and a graph is produced in this. This is that wooden box where temperature thermometers are there. This is the opened up box in which thermometers are there. This is one instrument for measuring the temperature for 24 hours. So in this image, bottom, if you see, is a curve there which is starting at morning 8 o'clock. And you can see as the temperature, as the day passes on, from left to right is 24 hours time. Okay, morning 8 o'clock is the starting time, where the temperature is somewhere around 22 degrees, and the temperature is increasing and going high up to about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. After that, temperature is slowly coming down, so which is cooling of the earth in the night time. And on the rightmost, you see just after before the end of the chart, it raises, because after sunrise, the chart is raising, temperature is raising. So very beautiful record of the temperature variation in a 24 hours time. You can see in this, like that, various for humidity. This is the rain gauge, what you get where the rainfall is measured, manual one. And this is an automatic rain gauge where the information is recorded on the graph. And after 24 hours, if you see, you will come to know what time the rain started, what time the rain ended, what was the intensity at different time slots. Suppose the rain has started at 12 o'clock. What was the rain intensity 12 o'clock? 12 to 12:30, what was the high intensity? 12:30 to 1, what was the intensity? Everything you can come to know here. So this is a very good information to say the variation of this rainfall in a day. This is for evaporation measurement. Water is kept in an open tank, and water level is measured morning and evening. So you come to know how much water has gone due to evaporation. So this is the wind, left side is the wind anemometer for measuring wind speed. The right side also is the what one. The right side is the automatic one with electric wire. So it gets recorded in a instrument. Where the left one, there is some scale counter is there. You have to go and read and note down. That's all. So you whenever you read only, you will come to know the wind speed. It will be continuously changing. Whereas the right one, it sends a signal through the wire to some recording instrument. There the record happens. Here, this is the wind vane to know the direction of the wind. Okay. So the direction of the wind means the direction from which the wind approaches you. Suppose you are standing in an open ground. If the wind is coming from your left hand side, then the wind is from that direction. If the left hand is to east, so then you say the wind is easterly. Always wind direction is to be told as the direction from which it approaches you. Or you look to the wind which so that it blows onto your face, and you say which direction you are looking at. That is the direction of the wind. So easterly wind, westerly wind coming from west, like that. So this is again instrument for recording the wind speed and direction on a graph. This is the solar presence. I can say the brightness of sunshine recorder, what we call. So it records how many hours in a day the sun was bright. You can say from this. There's the various clouds. There's the high clouds. Normally, if you see the image, the thin clouds are there. They never give rain, but they still indicate the upcoming weather event. Actually, these are cumulus called. These are ball-like structures. They are medium thick. You can say. And the location also is between 2 to 6 kilometers in the atmosphere. And these are low clouds, which start from the low, very say half kilometer from ground level, and then extend depending on height. This is this cumulonimbus cloud, the king of all clouds, I can say, where between these clouds only, sometimes tornadoes also happen. You can see the tornado, baby tornado, just below the cumulonimbus cloud. So tornadoes are, you can say, the byproducts of these cumulonimbus clouds, but they do happen at certain places only. But in India, they do happen in Gangetic West Bengal, like Bihar, UP, northern UP, Bengal areas only. Very less in southern India and other places. And they are more common in Americas and other places, Europe and all. Right. So these are the tornadoes and the cumulonimbus clouds. Cumulonimbus clouds do happen very frequently, especially in this summer rains. You find cumulonimbus. Therefore, the lightning and thunder activity would be there. Then what do you call? In other seasons, monsoon seasons, in the middle of the monsoon season, they will be less available, and other times of low height clouds would be there, which give us rain, but they don't give us lightning and all. Okay, this is how the cloud is observed using a satellite from top and radar from the bottom. So these are the instruments used for radiation measurement, the solar radiation intensity measurement. They are called pyranometer. The name itself, pyre means I can say heat, the fire I can say. So the radiation coming directly from the sun and the scattered energy coming from certain clouds, all the different ways the energy is captured and measurements are made. This information of solar radiation gives us a lot of value to the forecast addition. So especially in the winters, if the solar radiation is good, the coming monsoon is said to be little better. So it's you can say information which is used in forecasting the monsoon activity as well as. So this is the automatic weather station. So basically it's a pole, you can say. The pole is used basically to keep the wind at high level, because very close to the surface of the ground, the wind is obstructed by various structures like compound walls or buildings and trees and things like that. So to measure the wind, which is actually freely flowing, so at certain height we have to measure. For that, the WMO has decided 10 meters height. About 10 meters or 30 feet from ground level, the wind sensor has to be put. That's why the pole is required. Otherwise, it is not required. So the rainfall sensor is there in the bottom of the pole only, and other sensors like wind speed, wind direction only are at the top. Temperature, atmosphere, radiation, moisture, everything is on the bottom of that. And this is the instrument, what I call, radio sound, which is used to tie to the balloon and release it to the air. So this is the rubber balloons. You can see how big it is, more than the height of a person there normally. So red balloon, white balloon. White balloon is a big balloon where we attach this instrument and release it. When we release it, it goes up and do that. So this is about the climate. What I already discussed it, there is not much. So the climate is again 30 years average of the information, what we are bothering. So the trends are always observed by some monitoring bodies. Means the agencies of the WMO as well as the national governments, they monitor in their jurisdiction. How is the variation of temperature happening, rainfall happening, cyclones, drought, environment. Cyclone means how many cyclones used to come 30 years back in a year. how many cyclones are coming now these days, last decade. So this is the information summary we make from these climatological data and give information. If you see, you might have heard everywhere that global warming. How it is, if you go into the data details, this graph would tell you the global mean temperature, how it has been varying. Global mean again. So from the normal, earlier, before 1960, the temperature was always below normal. 0, it is negative. It was less than the known temperature values. But 1960 onwards, above 0 degree, 0.2, 0.4 is raising. You see how fast the graph is raising. So that is what is the bothering thing. You can also see the data. This is in India. This figure is for India, how the variation has been happening. You also can see the main shooting of these temperatures in India after 1975 only. So it is always positive, never coming to negative side. So the rise is such a sharp thing and fast after this industrial and post-industrial era. So this is again different trends expressed for seasons. First, the top left is the winter season, then monsoon season, pre-monsoon, like that, various seasons. So, but if you see every season, the same is the effect. Sorry. So this is the annual annual maximum temperature anomaly. Like that, this is the minimum temperature. Even minimum temperature also has been rising after 1975 also. So if both minimum and maximum both are increasing, it is really the average temperature is also increasing. These are certain time series trends related to monsoon performance. So global warming is the primary information, but the effect of it is seen on monsoon also, on cyclones also, and everywhere. How the effect has been on monsoon, you see, the top graph shows the active days and the bottom says the break days. Break means, you might have seen in a monsoon, which is covering 4 months duration, June to September. In between, you will find there is no rain for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. That is called break in monsoon. If there is a no rain for continuously 21 days in a monsoon season, then we call this a break monsoon. So there will be wet spells, means continuously 1 week, 2 weeks, there will be rain. These are called wet spells or active days. So like this, we classified every year how many such wet spells are there, how many such dry spells are there. You see again, you get some trend. How is the trend happening? So this is again measurement of climate change. So frequency of the cyclonic storms. Now this graph shows that from 1891 up to 2006, that the average line says that the number of cyclones happening in a year has been decreasing. The number is decreasing. Now there is another intimation that number is decreasing, but whatever cyclone is coming, it is coming with high intensity. Same is the case with rainfall. In a monsoon season, the average rainfall, the beginning to end of the season rainfall is not changing much. But when it is raining heavily. When it is not raining, it is not raining at all. So the extreme dryness, extreme wetness is increasing. That is actually not a good sign. In a monsoon season, if rainfall happens uniformly with a good distribution of days and locations, it is beneficial for the agriculture and economy of the country. But that's not the case. There is a disturbance in that. That's what is this graph showing us. So during the monsoon, you get some low pressures and all. They are called, monsoonal cyclonic disturbances. How they are happening? This also shows they are reducing. Actually, there should be more number. If there are in a 4-month season, if there are more than 10 some low pressures or depressions and all, you get more rain. If only 2-3 depressions are happening and all, then you get less potential, because the monsoon system is something the wind driven from the oceans or seas onto the land, which brings land of humidity and causes rainfall over the land. So these disturbances actually push the rainfall activities over the land area. So therefore, they are welcome. There should be more in number, but we see there is a decrease in number. That decrease in number is ultimately going to reduce in amount of rainfall in the season. Like this, various trends have been analyzed, and we come to know today it is a bothering situation for every one of us that the climate is changing and disturbing our lives and disturbing our economy, disturbing our health and everything. So that's it I wanted to say for today. There is a lot thing to talk about, but if there is a better opportunity next time, I can do that. So if you would like to interact with me for 5 minutes, I think we can do that. Thank you very much for your patience and hearing.
Thank you very much, sir. Almost it's 2 hours. So you have been so patiently, you have been giving various insights. In fact, we have learnt a lot. Last time also on this occasion, we had one of the senior scientists from IMD, and we thought this time we would miss the updates, and more and more, more of climate change is affecting, and we are seeing rising temperatures. And this year, we are also hosting the G20 summit. So
yes.
I think this is a right platform for all of us, especially experts, senior scientists like you, who can bring more awareness so that we can bring awareness among the G20, maybe act as a pressure group so that certain changes can be brought out. It was very well presented, sir. Thank you. We are very fortunate to have you on this wonderful occasion. If you permit, we have a few queries, sir, in chat box. Can I read it for you?
Yes, sure.
Yes, sir. So I will scroll down. Okay, in the meanwhile, if any participants have any queries, you can unmute yourself and ask. In the meanwhile, I will be checking the messages. Friends, feel free to...
Sir, you have taken a lot of pain to teach us, sir. You were, at the time of your end of your lecture, your energy has gone down. I was feeling very, pity, or I don't know how to say it, no words, but so much effort, sir. You have taken much care you are committed to your profession, you are passionate to teach us, no? So whatever the tiredness you did not share that with the audience, sir. So I'm just speaking true of my heart. I don't know words to speak. So much effort, sir, so much of commitment, dedication. You made so much to teach us. So God bless, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commitment, dedication. So I don't know how to say it. You did not show any kind of tired or anger or no fluctuations. So much you have taken from your profession that you wanted to teach us somehow. Somehow you wanted to make us to transform, make us to alert whatever happens, whatever disaster happens by the nature and all, you made us to learn. So as Mary said, I also have seen only through the TV only, sir. TV only without understanding. I used to look at, but now I just learned so many things, and God bless, sir. Thank you. No, thanks for coming here and sharing your knowledge with us, sir. Thank you very much.
It has been my pleasure, madam, and I already offered my service also. So somewhere else you need my knowledge to be shared, I will be happily doing that occasionally. There is no problem for me. Yeah, so it only I myself did not know unless I said already 1 hour 10 minutes passed. Later on only I became a little bit cautious. I thought I'll finish quickly, but still time has passed in such a way that it was not known even to me.
So much would have contributed to the students and practitioners and research scholars.
Yeah.
So much I can understand, sir. God bless, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, sir. Very much.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, Dr. Rajendra sir, any questions from the chat box?
Yes, sir. So one query is how much it costs to set up a weather station in a rural villages, sir, especially where there is no such facility.
Okay.
If a community weather monitoring station has to be set up, what would be the cost and what kind of support is available to the local community?
Okay. The cost of a weather station actually varies, depends on its accuracies actually, because the weather sensors are costly if accuracy required is high, and if it is just basic information, they are available cheaper versions. Okay. So there are two kinds of observatories, manual as well as automatic. I just recommend in a rural people, educate them to monitor, take observation without mistakes is very difficult. So automatic weather stations would be better. And you can have weather instruments right from, I think, 2 lakhs. Maybe there are some still portable ones cheaper than that. But their reliability, how long they work are not guaranteed, basically. So I know in Telangana government and AP government, even Karnataka government has installed a lot of automatic weather stations, costing even less than 2 lakhs also. So there are people who sell these and who install and create awareness also. It is possible. In other countries, even USA and all, some big farmers where the corporate agriculture is taken, the farms also, which may be 100 acres or something like that, they install weather stations there, automatic. So they just see in their mobile, it has rained in their farm or not and all. That is the level of thing. It can be done in India also. Actually, for farmers, you talk, there are few things that are required, like rainfall, then humidity, these things. So if you, instead of going for complete weather parameters, you can go for only selected, like rainfall only you can take, and wind may not be required, but you can go for humidity and soil moisture. That type of sensors, if you put, the cost will reduce also. So basically, people customize it. The vendors do customize these weather stations as per the requirement and as per the budget. Anything is possible. Suppose I think a community can get it even 50,000 also, but it will be a low cost and it will be with less accuracy, and that is good enough for him. So doesn't matter if it is 1 degree more or 1 degree less for an agricultural farmer. So have I answered your question, sir?
Hopefully. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, as you have said, we have different variants of these weather stations available. Is there any like funding from the state or central government where in collaboration like other projects where community is granted with some funds where they can set up under village panchayat or something like that? Any such systems prevailing?
Yeah, I know that some agricultural universities are doing that. There are some KVKs, Krishi Vigyana Kendras. It is there in almost every district nowadays. Every state is having that. and they have a connection to certain agriculture research institutions like universities. Agriculture, every state has 1 or 2 agriculture universities, and certain private agricultural colleges are also there. They are also using that. So probably you get in touch with the nearest KVK. Any village or community wants it, get in touch with KVK. Maybe under actually this funding also happens on certain schemes basis actually. Okay, some World Bank scheme would come sometimes or something like that. Prime Minister's Fasal Bima Yojana, something like that. Under that, like that, various schemes do provide certain funds, and you have to make the respective approach to the respective people to provide it. Coming to India Meteorological Department, so we IMD doesn't give any instruments or any fund to anybody, not even to the government. So because we ourselves procure it from private vendors only, it's at certain cost through tenders and all. That is the thing. So I suggest if some village is interested or you want to educate certain community of agriculture and that, ask them to meet nearest KVK or agriculture university. They also have local funds actually. They do have local funds which may support. In fact, I tell you, this is the requirement of a network agency also. Like, state governments have automatic weather stations. In Telangana, they are having 1,025 automatic weather stations. Karnataka, there are more than 3,000 automatic weather stations, which are borne by the planning department of the state government, right? They connected these weather stations in a network, and they get the data every 1 hour from these stations, and they use this data for analysis and weather forecasting. So that network also needs a location to install their automatic weather station, is it not? So if they want to put, say, 5,000 automatic weather stations, they will have to go to some place. They don't put all of them at one place, is it not? Different villages they will choose. At that instance, if you approach, yes, I have some, you can say, offer for you to, I give my site, my location to install your weather instrument. It is a possible thing. It can happen. So they will come. They also need certain location to install it. So they will be searching, surveying for good exposure conditions, and the best location they will choose and install. In my opinion, one in a village is sufficient to know the weather of the certain village.
Thank you, sir. This information is very useful even for us also. Yes. As we will be visiting communities, villages, so where we can, when we are creating awareness, they in community development, especially this nowadays climate change is impacting each and everyone, especially the agriculture and allied fields. We can share this information with them. So it might be this is very informative.
Yes, sir. Any more questions, sir?
Yes, I'm just going through. Yeah, how to receive updates from IMD?
Yeah, so there are 1 or 2 ways of it. You can download weather app, WEATHER, weather. Or there is one app called Mausam, MEAUSAM, Mausam. You can search in Google Play or Android app, install it, right? And you have to configure it for your location, and you would be getting the updates in that. Okay, that is one way. Otherwise, you can contact your respective state meteorological center. They can also send you SMS. Like, for Telangana, anybody in Telangana, they can register their mobile number in IMD Hyderabad office. And whenever there is a location specific forecast, like a thunderstorm warning or heavy rainfall warning and all, they will send SMS. So that will be, SMS will be incident based. Like whenever there is a forecast incident, then they will do it. If there is no bad weather, they will not post anything. Whether it is good information, I mean, disaster related warning or not, you will not get it. When there is a disaster only, you will get a warning. That is from the, even the respective state government also disaster management department is there. They also started this. They whosoever wants, they can register it through their website, and they start receiving the SMS of the weather information. This may not be there in all states as of now, but Telangana it is there, Andhra Pradesh it is there. That is the thing. So Mausam app, we can say. Regarding lightning, another app is there called Damini, DAMINI. Damini is the app which you download. It will give you forecast for the lightning. If there is a lightning likely to be there in your area, it would alert you. Yeah. Another thing is that the most common, weather app, weather underground app, like that. So many weather apps are there. Google weather, like these apps are there. You can search in your Google Play Store. You will find a lot of apps related to weather, but they are private apps, multinational apps, and they do give forecast on a rough way, not more. We can basically they are computer-based forecasts actually. So you select one village and neighboring village, both the villages you will get same forecast. But weather is like that. Basically, the weather is like, it doesn't vary much from village to village level, may vary from district to district level. So that is the weather scenario itself. So small scale variations are very less. That is the reason these apps also give such a forecast. Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. This is very informative for each and everyone because we are installing so many apps.
Yes.
So I think this should be very helpful for everyone to install and get updates.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. And, yes, sir. These three apps, one you said Damini for lightning, and Mausam app is for
weather, just normal weather, like heavy rains or every day you will get it. Otherwise, website also, mausam.imd.gov.in website, mausam.gov.in, mausam.imd.gov.in.
Okay, sir.
This is the website on which every forecast is given. There are links to the concerned state meteorological office also. You can, by clicking that, you can go that state and you will come to know the current weather and the weather forecast. Both information is available there.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Are there any internship or placement opportunities for students to join IMD to get trains?
Not opportunity for joining. Basically, the staff who are working in IMD as a scientific assistant, so they are recruited through staff selection commission. So BSc is the required qualification, BSc Maths, MPC, and diploma, 3 years diploma in electronics is also electrical and electronics is considered as the basic eligibility qualification. But most of the people these days who are coming are graduates, 4-year graduates in engineering, especially electronics, computer science, instrumentation related, not the mechanical engineering as the eligibility. So like that. So in scientist level, MSc meteorology or PhD meteorology or the engineering graduates in electronics and computer science are taken as for working opportunity. Internship means some student projects, not payment, and they won't give any scholarship or something like that, but degree level, engineering level projects for students. They can approach their nearest meteorological center, most which are there in state capitals, and request them. So they should go with some project idea and ask for weather data. They will provide. For students, weather data is provided at 5% of the normal cost, and for others, commercial applications, 100%. So 95% concession is given for research and students. So that can be availed by the students for doing any research work in the weather data.
Thank you, sir. This is very good information for students aspiring to take up certain projects related to weather.
Yes, I myself, when I was in charge, I have given such a you can say internship to nearly 10 people, some diploma as well as engineering graduates. So electronics engineering graduate students, they can work for some project work on Doppler weather radar, meteorological instruments like that. So because I am from instrument background, I did that. And forecasting, actually, very less people come for forecasting regarding some monsoon activity or some cyclone activity. So the people pursuing meteorology in MSc level only, they come. So such qualification is offered only in limited universities in India. As of now, say Andhra University, Cochin University, then what do you call IIT Delhi, some IIT Kharagpur. Certain institutions are only providing, but limited universities only. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, there are a lot of appreciations, more than queries. So,
Yeah, okay. Nice.
so they are asking how much it would cost this data, weather data.
Weather data, they have certain calculations. It is not much. Normally, no. Students take some 5 years data, 10 years data. It may cost some few thousands of rupees only. So if the data is large, say somebody is asking for 100 years, then it may be in lakhs also. But for students, I said 5% only is the cost taken. It is difficult to say actually. Suppose you want only rainfall data. Per unit is, I think, 10 paisa, something like that they calculate. 1 month data is taken as some 10 paisa, something like that. I don't remember also these cost factors, but if somebody, students wants to know, you can send a mail to the concerned meteorological center. So every state headquarters, they are available, and you decide how much data you want. Say I want 5 years daily rainfall data of Bangalore. So they will tell you how much of the data quantity it comes, and pricing they will do and tell you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So if anyone wants to do any research related to this weather, it will be very useful.
Yes. They do provide the data. It is the duty of the data is provided from the state meteorological center only.
Okay.
And we have a central climate data center in Pune. IMD Pune has a climate data center. They also have a website, and they can be approached for data also. So I can give you, I think it will come in search also. IMD Pune, if you say, it will show you the website. So imdpune.gov.in is the website. There is a separate data supply portal. You can join there, and you can ask for. There is an online system. You can select data. What you want, say rainfall, you select it. Period you select, from where to where. Station and locations you select. So it will compute and tell you how much is the cost, and you have to pay the data charges through online only. Then the data will be sent to you by email or by CD, something like that.
So there is one query, like especially students cannot afford so much now. Is there any, if they are taking up some research, can IMD help with their, if they send their thesis or proposal synopsis to IMD, can they help with the data so that they can complete their projects?
That's what I told. No, 5% only is the charge made. Suppose the actual data cost is 100 rupees. they would be charged 5 rupees only. 95% discount is given to students. That is the thing. So then there is another way. Suppose you don't want to pay anything, you are in such a position. What you do, you tie up with some IMD person, some IMD scientist or IMD employee. Okay, you say, so suppose you want to join with me. So I will take the data free of cost and give it to you. You do the research and the result will be published on both the names, dual names. So many people do like that, they just get in touch with some scientist of IMD or some researcher. So I am having interest to do research on this topic. So I will do the complete analysis and everything. You give me guide, you be my guide also. It is two-way helpful. She will get the candidate will get a guide also and data also free of cost. That is another way of managing the data.
Yeah, this is great opportunity, sir, because this will encourage students also to take up projects related to weather, and also where especially government colleges where students they cannot pay and
yes, that is one way of doing it. So normally these students postgraduate level, they do this research when it comes. So the one student or one or two students and one lecturer from the college and one scientist of IMD or some other research institute, they will take and they jointly do the project. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. This is very essential information, because most of us those who are attending conference are almost academicians, at professor level, assistant, associate professor level, and research scholars. So I think this information will encourage and motivate many researchers, students to take up.
Yes, sir. Yes, definitely.
Yeah. I think, yes, sir. There are a lot of appreciation messages only. Flowing through. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I will get back to you. I will summarize all the queries. And,
you can send me also. Even the individuals can contact me. My number is available with you.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir, for the sharing lots of information. And not only you shared about how the entire process goes on in the background, but also you gave a lot of educational opportunities and employment opportunities, like through staff selection commission, the staff is being recruited, and many even those who are aspiring for careers in IMD can also go through staff service commission. And also you gave a lot of research opportunities where we can pursue further, take up further research in meteorology, and also various careers and how to take up projects with collaboration with IMD, take up various research projects. And it was very insightful, sir. So participants, we can take one or two questions if sir permits as a last, concluding, then we'll go for concluding remarks. If anyone is willing to share, you can unmute yourself. And as the right context has come, next month, Pure Earth Foundation, we are organizing one environment conference, especially for students. So I think this is a great opportunity, where we are working, inviting papers on environment and various related themes. So this is a great opportunity. Now you can do your research on topics, and maybe you can contact us, and you can contact nearest IMD, and also sir is also available. Maybe you can take best guidance so that how you can go ahead and so that it will be useful not only for you, but also, to various institutions where we can do some good research. So use this opportunity. Thank you, sir. Once again, there are a lot of appreciation messages and everyone is appreciating for your efforts. And as rightly ma'am also said, I was also thinking, literally want to stop you and take a bio break because you are also, continuously speaking. Then I thought, okay, because you are putting so much efforts, I should not interrupt. But personally, I was also feeling, we need a break in between. So thank you very much, sir, for joining us and sharing wonderful insights on behalf of all the participants and presenters and all the collaborators, especially Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, Pure Earth Foundation, EQ for Peace Worldwide Inc. USA, Raj Bahadur Venkatram Reddy Women's College, Hyderabad, India, International Federation of Social Workers, Nigeria Association of Social Workers, Global Forum for Sustainable Development, and all other collaborators, and all on behalf of all the presenters and also participants on behalf of organizing committee, I would express my heartfelt gratitude to you, sir. Thank you once again for joining us and gracing us on this wonderful occasion, sir, World Meteorological Day. We'll be sharing you, sir. The entire session is being recorded and is live on YouTube. We'll be sharing you the presentation. And soon we'll be also, as a token of gratitude, we'll be sharing the international conference presentation certificates. Thank you very much, sir, once again.
Thank you, Dr. Ravinder and Dr. Jayachandra, who initiated this my involvement process for this opportunity. So, in fact, it is not you who has to thank me. I should also thank you for giving me the opportunity. It was rather a great thing to associate with social workers, especially. I like the social workers community. So that's what I expressed. If there is an opportunity for me somewhere, I can also share my knowledge in this type of forums. Always I am willing to do that. So kindly make a note of it. And I will be thankful to you for those opportunities as well in advance. So it is my pleasure and thank you all for giving you appreciative feedback to me. And but I will be more interested to know whether it was really good for all and boring, and when any changes required in my way of presentation or content, you can tell me privately through a message or email. I would appreciate that as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Ravindra and Dr. Jayachandra. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. In fact, we have made a note, and definitely your services are required, and we will invite you. And if not, we will trouble you also in other way to utilize your services. And yeah, personally, I thought, sir, we can have a one-day workshop or similar kind of thing where we can give more time. And maybe you can also engage in an effective way. We'll also discuss that. And we will soon try to have one session for social workers and, especially mental health, we have is on rise, and seasonal factors, environmental are also contributing. So maybe
if the people here in this meeting who are joined are at the level of communicating it to the various groups at rural level, community level, then we can have a different content altogether. Just not just the scientific information, but the information more useful to them, like the precautions to take against heat waves, like cold waves, or you can say improve the agricultural production, how they utilize the meteorological information for that purpose, where are the sources of this information. All these things we can provide in more nutshell, so that that will be very nicely consumed by them for their benefit, for the benefit of the society in general. So we can make a separate topic on that if you are making a workshop of 1 day or something like that.
Sure, sir. Definitely, I will discuss with you, and then we'll finalize one, and then we'll go ahead. Sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for extending your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Sir.
Good night.
Dear friends, feedback form for the keynote session, that is first session, has been raised in the form of polls. We request everyone to quickly fill the feedback form. We have 5 minutes. And we request all the speakers awaiting to present their presentations to share your topic and details. As per the schedules, we have very few today because we planned that, already anticipated that, because this is a very good topic and close to everyone's heart. This is general topic, everyone wants to know how weather is impacting and how to forecast weather and how to use this weather information. That's why we ensured that maximum time is allotted for this. So we quickly have 3 presentations. So I don't think it will take much time. So we will invite Sumana Bhattacharya. Are you available in the meeting? You can raise your hand. Sumana Bhattacharya. Okay. Shirish K. Shitole. Sorry if I am not pronouncing correctly. Dr. Shirish K. Shitole. You can raise your hand if you are available. I can see one name by Shirish. Yeah. Would you like to present, Shirish? Dr. Shirish? You can raise your hand. There is no response. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, have you filled the feedback form, sir? Because once you are made co-host, you cannot fill the feedback form. That's why. Okay, fine. Then, without taking much time, you can continue to fill the feedback form in the background. We are making you co-host, sir. You can minimize the feedback form. Kindly do not end the poll. Because once again, if we raise the poll, again, everyone has to fill. So kindly minimize it. If you have already filled and closed, then you need not do anything. But if it pops up, you can just minimize instead of closing. So just a second. Yeah, now you can unmute yourself and start your video and presentation. Dr. Shirish K. Shitole, Associate Professor in Psychology, Mahavidyalaya, Shivraj University, Kolhapur, Maharashtra. He would be presenting on complexities surrounding secularism in contemporary India, with special emphasis on Citizenship Amendment Act 2019 and hijab controversy 2022. Over to you for your session.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I will share my PPT, sir.
Yes. But we can't see you, sir.
Yeah, the camera is not working, but PPT will be there, I think.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now PPT is visible.
Okay, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Good evening to all participants. I will be happy to share my thoughts on complexities surrounding secularism in contemporary India, with special emphasis on Citizenship Amendment Act 2019 and hijab controversy 2022. So, dear friends, in recent years in India, if we see, though our Indian constitution from its inception has praised the need for secularism, of course, when partition was there, the Pakistan was built on the concept of religion, Islam, but India had chosen the path of secularism. And since its inception, the courts have given different verdicts related to secularism. And after 42nd Amendment in 1976, this secularism has been inserted in preamble itself. And in Keshwananda Bharati case before 1976, in the 1973, it has said that this secularism is the basic feature of the Indian constitution. This basic feature phenomena tells us that even if Parliament by majority makes certain law which is against the constitutional principle, then it will be void by the court. So there is a balance between the parliamentary power as well as the constitutional principle with the help of this basic feature phenomenon presented by the Supreme Court. And there are few areas which are inserted afterward in this basic feature doctrine. And nowadays, this particular doctrine about secularism is fiercely debated in society. And if we see the debate about secularism, the debate around secularism is now taking the polarized discourse. On one side, there are people who are directly questioning the very need for secularism. And on other side, there are people who are focusing too much on negative aspects of religion to promote secularism. So what these two sides says, the people who are against this term secularism, they say that the secularism term itself is a Western concept, and the state based on ancient religious belief is superior than this Western concept of democracy. So according to them, the Indian ancient religious beliefs are far superior, far progressive. They believe in Vasudeva Kutumbakam, And so there is no need to buy or to bring the Western concept of democracy as well as the secularism into Indian ethos. And actually, advocating this secularism is the anti-Hindu thought according to them. And they are saying that India is the only country for Hindus in the globe, and its identity should be protected from Western religions, especially Christian and Islam, who are doing convergence of Indian population to make Hindus minority in India itself. So this extreme proposition by a certain section of people in India, now they are getting the exposure to put their views about secularism, and they ask the fundamental question: India needs the religious beliefs, not secularism. On other extreme, there are people who says that religion is the root of all ill effects seen in Indian society. It may be the discrimination against women, the discrimination against different classes of the society, the caste system is there. So all these things are rooted in religion. So it has become the opium for people, which exploits and strengthens the blind belief. It kills the spirit of rationality. And this spirituality is actually a regressive one. It doesn't ask for reason. It tries to give all answers to life in finalism, and it doesn't allow us to progress. And so it is against the science, which is the progressive mindset. So these people who wants to promote secularism, they say that put the religion aside. And those people who are advocating the positive side of religion, especially the Hindu people, they actually want to bring the caste system back. So we have to oppose them. So these are the two extreme positions which are taken by different people, and they are putting through social media, they are putting through internet discourse, and everyone is talking about secularism in different terms. So the debate is polarized one, and that's why I think this particular debate needs to be addressed well. Now I want to put two things only here specifically. The one is Citizenship Amendment Act in 2029, which has created the uproar about this term secularism. So what happened in this act? In this act, for the first time since independence, we have introduced religion as a criteria for citizenship. So again, there are two views about it. Actually, this Citizenship Amendment Act was introduced to give the minorities in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Bangladesh the entry into India as a citizen on the basis of their religious identity. So these neighboring countries, they have the proven track record of harassment of religious minorities by accepting special status to Islam constitutionally. So we have seen that in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, as well as in Bangladesh, thousands of people from minority religions are not able to exercise their religious freedom. They are harassed, they are converted, they are made secondary citizens in those countries. So what Indian government is saying, we will bring an amendment in India's citizenship laws, and the government, the parliament has followed a due procedure and created a special class of religious minorities from these three countries, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh. So which are these religious minorities? There the majority are Muslims in those three countries. The minorities are Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, Parsis, Buddhists, and Christians. So these minority communities, they have been given the access for Indian citizenship by putting their religion in their application. So Indian government and the people who are pro this amendment, They say that this is a reasonable and justifiable classification, and it is not against secularism, because on humanitarian ground, we are taking these people into India because their religious freedom is not given in those countries. So we are not doing wrong thing, and it is not against secularism. But the people who are against this amendment, what they say that it violates secularism. It discriminates citizens on the ground of religion and curtails the freedom for atheists. And so it is arbitrary one. Means, for example, there are few people in those three countries who don't believe in God. They are tremendously rationalist and they are atheist people. But because they are atheist, they are not mentioning their religion in the application, so they will not get citizenship. It means that this law is against these atheist people. This law is based on the religion, and that is not the good thing for the citizenship of India, because Indian citizens are not discriminated on these grounds. So these against view people say that this Amendment Act is against secularism. Excluding a specific religion hampers psychosocial integration of secular welfare state. If we are excluding Muslim explicitly in the law, then we are creating certain distances among Muslims and other religious peoples in India, which is not good one for psychosocial integration of India. Preserving the inherent dignity of migrants while granting citizenship will lead towards highest ideals of secular fraternity. And this is principally they are telling. On the other side, they are also telling that strategically too, it is harming India's international image. Now India is becoming an emerging superpower, and it will suffer backlash at various international forums in future by different democratic countries as well as Muslim majority countries. So at international level, we have to face these backlashes. We have to face criticism by making such law, and that will not be good strategically too. So again, this debate is polarized on the terms of secularism. Now the second case, the second law, particularly it happened in Karnataka. So hijab controversy, it is popularly known as banning of wearing hijab in government aided institutions, pre-university institutions. That was the order by Karnataka government on 5th February 2022. And the verdict by Supreme Court, 2 judges Supreme Court was there, and the verdict was given on March 15, 2022, and again it is a split verdict. So even at Supreme Court level, this term has a certain debating points. So out of these 2 judges, one judge upheld the order while other judge opposed the order. So Justice Hemant Gupta, who upheld the order, he said that wearing hijab is not an essential practice in Islam, and the apparent religious symbol, if you worn in a secular school maintained from the state funds, that will be not good thing. So we should not worn anything which shows the connotation of religious belief in government aided schools. India is a secular country, so don't show your religious connotations through clothes or through other means in the government schools. This was the Justice Hemant Gupta's judgment. And then he says that adherence to the uniform is a reasonable restriction to free expression, and such discipline reinforces unity, equality, and public order. So don't bring your religion in schools, don't bring your religion in educational institutions aided by government, because government and Indian constitution is secular. So he banned the hijab. But on the other side, Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia, he opposed this order. He said that here the essential religious practice is non-issue. So wearing hijab is an essential or not is not the question at all. Actually, here we should see that secularism means tolerance to diversity. A reasonable accommodation is a sign of mature society. And if someone has sincere belief, and if it is not harming anyone, no justified reason to ban hijab in classroom. Even few other people are saying that if a girl wear a Mangal Sutra, which is the Hindu tradition, and coming in the classroom, so will you take it out? If someone is putting a naam or the religious symbol on his forehead, will he be banned in the school? In the same way, if someone is putting hijab as a cloth, we should not ban. So that was the stand of Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia. He says that the sincere belief, if it doesn't harm anyone, no justified reason to ban hijab in a classroom. So discipline is important, but not at the cost of privacy and dignity, which is more fundamental. And we should also understand that girls from conservative families get access to education due to such religious symbols sometimes. The girl who is married, if she is not wearing Mangal Sutra, many of the times her house or her daughter, father-in-law, mother-in-law may not allow her to go to university if she is not wearing Mangal Sutra after marriage. So such things happen in conservative families. So girls from conservative families get access to education due to such things which are harmless for others. So if this girl, Muslim girl, is coming in the pre-university education institute due to wearing hijab, then we should be more happy that she is getting the education. We should not say that if she is wearing hijab, then we should not allow her here. Government order may force such girls living in conservative families to leave the education altogether or to move to madrasas where the standard of education is low. So Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia is opposing this order. He is saying that this secular term should be understood in proper context and don't go just by technicality, but context of the society. So again, now this particular thing will be sent to higher bench for interpretation. So here again, this term secularism is debated fiercely. So when we see these things currently in contemporary India, we should understand the complex fabric of constitution. Our constitution is dedicated to people of India. And it has given certain fundamental rights to people. It has given certain basic features to people. One of such feature is secularism. But at the same time, the constitution has given ultimate authority to choose their parliamentary democratic government through voting, which is again the fundamental right. So here on one side, constitution is secular, but on other side, the people who are driving the principles of constitution through various laws, they may be religious, they are religious, and constitution has full faith in them, their judgments. So we should see that this ultimate authority, if the people are not secular, what will constitution do? So we should understand this complexity. The people are voting for the democratic parties. The parties people are representative of the people. So while debating about secularism, we should take all these things into consideration. Then the third thing, the same constitution has given every citizen a fundamental right to hold and preach any religious belief of his or her choice. On one side, constitution speaks about the spirit of secularism. On other side, it gives the fundamental right to preach any religion. And the same constitution has given special fundamental rights of religious freedom to minority religions, minority institutions, where many times the students from majority community also learn. So those institutions which are taking different funds from government but are minority institution, they can do certain religious things in their institutions, and the students from majority community, if they are there, they learn those religious things. But if they are in non-minority institutions, they should be secular. So that creates the barrier between the communities. So this is the complexity of the constitution. And that's why we have to understand how to inculcate this principle of secularism into society, where all these things are there in constitution. And then we have to create awareness about all these things and go properly rather than making polarized discourses. And that's why I feel that progress of society towards secularism will move in different stages. The first, what we can say, the change, how it happens, the psychosocial processes of that change, the forming, then storming, then norming, then performing. So the first stage, while we have introduced constitution, we form that ours is a secular state. But this particular secularism term, in the last 75 years, it has seen different shades at different points. There are Hindu Code Bill in 1955. From 1955 till 1970, this reforms are progressively done in Hindu religious laws, and the discriminative practices against women, against lower castes are slowly banned. And this Hindu Code Bill is exercised, but it took 15 years nearly. The Uniform Civil Code debate was there while forming the constitutions, but at the same time, all the people, including Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, they thought that let Parliament be given this right because the society may not be ready for it. We have to make certain societal progress so that the society will be ready for Uniform Civil Code. That's why till today, we didn't introduce the act at central level. Because the personal laws, the religious beliefs, the religious norms, the traditions, they are there with society. And we have to see that, how to convert their mind for a broader goal. So before converting their mind, the storming stage will come. And now this secularism debate is, according to me, in storming stage. So two extreme positions are put in public, and they are becoming more and more sensitive. So this storming stage should be handled very carefully. Only intellectually victorious arguments in court will not do the thing. They may remain short-lived if not supported by masses. So accommodating different aspects in a healthy way rather than polarizing and accusing opponents as enemies is the need of the hour. So here, when we are debating, don't go personal, don't go anti-mode. Rather than try to accommodate different aspects in a healthy way. Excessive critique of religion of majority and keeping mum or paying less attention or even ignoring discriminatory practices in religions of minorities may prove counterproductive. Just I have given the example in Hindu Code Bill. Again, there were many oppositions to that Code Bill, which was progressive one. Then slowly the Hindu society adapted to it, and slowly those things are going in a positive way. But in Shahabano case, what the Supreme Court has given the decision about talaq, it was reversed by the Parliament. So that particular thing started in 1990s is now taking the ugly turn. People are saying that a particular community, their discriminatory practices are accommodated. They are not changed. But a particular community, which is majority one, their discriminative practices are avoided. Their discriminative practices are changed. So this is the not good thing for a secular society. If we should be rational for all religions. So now the people who are speaking progressively, they are more selective according to these Hindu community people now. They are saying that they are always talking about the progress of Hindu community only, not about other communities. So such type of double standards or such type of ignorance may prove counterproductive. Again, the third thing I want to mention, the positive role of religion, like tolerance, accommodative mindset, humanity, compassion, live and let live, universal fraternity, all such things are there in religion, in every religion. So rather than putting religion altogether aside, try to focus on the positive role of religion to make people more accommodative so that they will listen. The masses need constructive dialogues and psycho-educative arguments to make them appreciative of the notion of unity in diversity. So this particular thing will raise the norming and performing phase. But if we are taking extreme view and advocating keep aside the religion altogether, then people may backfire. And if people are not ready, and if they are choosing the governments, and if the government is running the constitution, the laws, the principles, then this particular complexity should be understood well. So I think that today the need is to have a psycho-educative argument rather than legal technical arguments to make people to accommodate others, to sensitize about others, and to think about the progress. And the people from all communities who are progressive, they should come together rather than fighting with each other. Otherwise, the polarization on the basis of religion will happen, and then it will convert into vote bank. So that will not be the good thing for the secular India, for the secular constitution. Only courts can't have the power to hold India secular. Actually, the society should hold India secular. Court will be the framework or will be the torch bearer, we can say. So court will give the decisions, but unless and until people will accept it, unless and until parliament will move towards it, it will not come into reality. So we should understand that rather than polarizing the debate, becoming more constructive and accommodating the sensibilities of different religions while changing the mindsets is the need of the hour. And this is my stand about this issue. Thank you for listening very patiently and allowing me to present my views. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shirishji. You have rightly pointed out, but there is a common notion that secularism is only for the Hindus and no one else follows secularism in practice also. And that is also, their statements are also, very practical, and also we can see, if you see the data also, number of pre-independence, the population or the number of religious institutions or even religious statistics of population also. There are various things that is clearly says that there is no other country in the world that is secular. Now, why India has to adopt such a secular word or a term, that itself is an, a big controversy. That India, which was Hindu country, even today many groups have, are unable to accept that India is a Hindu country. Though in fact, India was a Hindu country, is a Hindu country, majority of are Hindus. So secularism has brought in such a way to convert the entire nation into, so that other religions can, promote themselves and penetrate. This is one, notion that is being carried, and they have a lot of evidence. They are coming up with various, statistics also, which we cannot deny today. As you also rightly pointed out, if you wear vermilion and go, schools are, if you wear Ayappa Mala or Govinda Mala, something, Diksha, they are not allowed in schools. But in even normal schools, if you wear this burqa, or if you wear any other thing and go, and even Christians and nuns, they wear these, their uniform, they are allowed. But lot of discrimination among, with the majorities. Minorities, discrimination is less. But majority of the population is being discriminated. And, especially even in Christian schools, there is no option for non-Christians. They have to mandatorily attend the prayer and other things. Now, where is the secularism? For whom the secularism is?
So that's what the debate is today going on. And if we see the civilization of India, out of 8 major religions in the world, 4 are born and brought up in India. Sikhism, Buddhism, Jainism, and Hinduism. And even the people who are atheists, they are having also darshanas like Charvak. So there is a strong tradition to accommodate each other. And even the religions coming from outside the geographical area of India, they are also accommodated well in India. And that is the future which can give the light to all over world. But then the politicization of the appeasement things, they happened, and now the people are raising the concern about it. If we are appeasing the minority at the cost of demeaning the majority, then that will not work. Rather than we should be sensitive enough to all the people. And all our laws are secular in nature except 4 things which are under personal laws. And again, that debate is going on, and court has many times said about it, the laws should be made uniform. And the governments are also trying. The Uniform Civil Code was ready during Vajpayee government in 1999. About that discussion, in that discussion, I was there as a student. It was developed in Pune, and that was very nice one. On the other side, there are many socio-economic indicators which should be focused more for the progress, not the religious thing. So that is happening today, and I think that Indian people, especially the Hindu civilization, is really accommodative, and it will not buy the extremist argument. It will buy the progressive agreement itself. But the reactionary thing is that you are praising the majority and not thinking about the minorities' rights and giving them more things than required, and then at the cost of praising the majority. That was the main contention. And these other religions, especially the religions from outside, these are the religions, they are having clearly the propagandist thing in the religion itself. While in Indian civilization, propaganda is not there. People say that if your conscience say, then you will do the thing. We will not press you to do the thing. And that tolerance is maintained in India. And even today, if we see, all religions of the world, they are having a significant population present in India. And India can be a role model for the world, how to accommodate all these population in a progressive way. So that is the thing which is required. And that's why I am saying, rather than polarizing and rather than putting just a technicality, see the society, see the positive aspects of the society. And if those aspects are valued one, then definitely this is one of the most tolerant countries in the world.
Yeah, rightly mentioned. That is a major concern. See, even without any law or act or even without constitution also, our country believes in Vasudhaivaka Kutumbakam.
Yeah.
So that itself is the greatest constitution of the universe.
Yes.
So there is no need of any law. Even all the laws are violating the Vasudhaivaka Kutumbakam concept itself. If you see, when we talk about secularism, then when leave majority and minority, we can see across the world minorities, how they are facing atrocities.
Yes, yes.
And
even,
the same minority, countries,
even
the
if
same
we see
minority-
in India, if we take the population of minority, that population is the population of whole many countries in the world. If you take only Muslims, there are nearly 17 crores in India. And if you take the population of other countries, there are more than 100 countries whose population is less than 17 crore. The same is true with Christianity. If you take European countries, their population is 1 crore or 2 crore. And India, if we see, there are near the 1.5 crore Christians in India. So this is the very much tolerant country in the world. And we should be proud of that. But cursing the Hindu population for not following secularism will be a counterproductive thing, because they are the people who followed secularism most in the world.
Yes, sir. As rightly said, actually the problem is not with, the tolerance, the concept of intolerance came from the other groups.
Yeah.
So the problem is somewhere and we are looking for solutions from somewhere else. That is the problem.
Yes. Now we should show the courage. The progressive mindset should be for all, not just for one religion.
Yeah. So we have to, believe the, see, the problem is one major community which is here believing that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, all are a part of us.
Yes.
And they also participate in all other religious activities also.
Yes.
But other religions, they strictly boycott. They don't even commemorate also.
Yes. Even
so, and how we
today
can call this is secularism, and how we can call it as a secular country or a secular nation?
Yes, that's why I'm saying today we are in storming stage, and the norming stage will come when we will settle these things. And I think we will settle, because just today only the court has said that, just before 15 minutes I was reading the article, this bigamy in Muslim community will be referred to the greater bench soon. It will be definitely tackled off. So today the Supreme Court Chief Justice has said the same thing. This bigamy will be prohibited as an anti-discriminatory practice, but the larger bench will be formed soon and we will take this case. The same case was done in Talaq in Shahabano case, but it was reverted by Parliament for political reasons. So that's why I'm saying today it is in storming stage, and sooner or later, the law will progress in this direction is my observation, sir.
Yeah, it should move on, because otherwise, the intolerance and other things, the peace will be a dream for the entire universe.
Yes, sir.
What will happen? This will there will be no peace at all.
Yes, sir.
As you know, we all are human beings. Keep religion aside, but in the name of religion, those who are saying that their rights are violated, they themselves are violating others' rights. They are saying that rights are violated. And how this can be seen?
Yes.
See, of course, as a human being, we should see everyone as an equal human being.
Yeah.
First, you have to be a human being to adapt or to practice a religion. Religion comes next. Only for religion is only for human beings, not for animals.
Yes.
Not for birds, not for plants. So first we have to be a good human being.
Yeah.
Then, okay, next comes religion, of whichever religion you want, you can practice. No one is against another. If Hinduism or any particular community was against any religion, today we couldn't have seen any religion here.
Yes.
There are many Islam countries, there are many, Christian countries, but there is no Hindu country elsewhere.
Yeah.
There is only one country in the world which is Hindu country, that also lot of things happen to made it secular country, and even more efforts are being put to convert it into an entire nation. So what now, looking at that, who is intolerant to whom? Can the entire world, cannot have one Hindu country? At least you can't even tolerate having at least one Hindu country. Now, who is intolerant to whom? So these are the things even common man and the highly so-called intellectuals are also, looking for answers. Now, when we are talking about so many things, these are common, common sense questions and common sense answers. So it is very much clear. Everyone knows that secularism has brought only to convert India into something else. No other country in the world or constitution in the world has term secularism. If I am not wrong, can anyone enlighten?
No, sir. There are hundreds of countries who have followed secularism directly. There are few countries who are in constitution. They are saying about a religion, but there are hundreds of countries where religion is not put in the constitution.
They are saying, but they never, put. At least we have put secularism, and we truly follow secularism. Majority of them. But,
yes, of course, we follow secularism, but secularism is not just related with religion. It related with caste, yes, creed, sex, gender, all these things. So the anti-discriminatory practices against women were not tolerated by constitution due to secularism only. So the countries who have followed certain religions, their discrimination against women is very high. But in India, that discrimination, at least by law, is not allowed. Slowly, the society is evolving in that sense. And if we see those statistics, then we can see those socio-economic indicators since last 75 years. And then we will see that as education progresses, as economic condition progresses, the women are participating more and more, and they are fighting against the ills with the help of the laws, and all these things were possible due to this particular framework.
Yeah.
But the question is that for other religions, even their Uniform Civil Code Board, which was the law is ready. It was developed in ILS Law College Pune, and I was the participant while during development of that draft during Vajpayee government, and it's a ready one. And in that, the researchers are seeing that the highest discrimination is among Muslims, and the second number is among Hindus, and then third comes, and the best one is the Parsis. So that was the study put in Parliament, but again, it is the repercussions in terms of politics. So every party tries to see the benefits and losses, but now the society is slowly evolving to be more rational, and the society is now saying that now just put the Uniform Civil Code where all these religions will be put in a secular way. Of course, the modus operandi is very complex, because what type of things should be added in it and what should be deleted is the great debate even among Hindus also, not only among Muslims or Christians, but among Hindus also. So slowly it is evolving. So that's why I'm saying that it is in storming stage. But that is good thing for me, because after 75 years, we should have that thought, because now we are emerging in the world. And so we should move towards secularism. All the countries where the religion is in the constitution itself, these are the countries which are not at all developed, because they didn't give the free thought. Once you bring the religion in the problem, the blind beliefs also can come, the finalism also can come, then the open thought, open questioning may be reduced. All these things happens once we give legal status to religious practices. So that's why, because in the world, even in Christianity, we have seen there are hundreds of scientists, for their first discovery they are hanged, they are given poison, because the Christianity doesn't allow it. because that was the religious doctrine. So they have faced such things in past during industrial revolution, and now India is, of course, I see that in the whole world, India is a very tolerant one, and that's why it remained there, irrespective of hundreds of attacks from outsiders. This was the crux of this society, and all who came here, they adopted this culture, not because they are getting more benefits, but because they know that the value of this culture is really fantastic one. So we have been, and if we see after Second World War, more than 100 countries got liberated, and only one country, which is India, having democracy. More than 80 countries have adopted for democracy after Second World War. They freed, but only one country, India, now reached to superpower status, emerging superpower status. So that is the biggest success of this constitution and this Indian ethos, Indian people. So I am optimist about this, that it will happen soon.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Actually, it is not my opinion, but we also participate in interfaith dialogue.
Yeah.
These
Yes.
are common things, where we are also not able to answer because, certain things are there, transformation is happening. And when they have so much of data and they have a lot of evidence, then it is really difficult,
Yeah, sir, I have those datas also. I have taught to UPSC aspirations since 25 years. And I have all these types of socio-economic indicators since 1950. I have available with this, but today that is not the subject, so I'm not highlighting that data. But that data also speaks about the progress. In some communities, it is slower one. In other communities, it is faster one. But all are in progressive directions.
Yeah. All communities are progressing, and we need to have a truly secular.
Yeah.
Actually, no one is against secularism.
Yes.
They want a truly secular state, truly secular world.
Yes.
Everyone is aspiring for that.
Yes.
So secularism should upheld in entire world. All the countries should adopt.
Yeah.
That is the aspiration of everyone.
Yeah.
So thank you. It was a wonderful presentation. In fact, we being in psychology, especially behavioral sciences, I think we can do a lot of contribution.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Bring change in mindset or opinion.
Yes, sir.
Systems.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations. It was really, this is a different kind of presentation in the conference till now. So we need more such presentations where, we are discussing these complex issues. So participants, if you have any queries, you can share, you can unmute yourself. You can use chat box or raise your hand, or you can unmute yourself. If you are unable to unmute, you can raise your hand. We can do it from our side. Yeah, Mary, you can unmute yourself. Yeah, Mary, you can unmute yourself.
Good night, sir. Actually, it was a very wonderful presentation, sir. I learned a lot from this presentation. Actually, I heard, I have studied long back in sociology about secularism, but it's a rewind for me. Lot of takeaways, sir. I jotted down a lot of points. So it was very informative and very learning session for me, sir. You highlighted so many points, and immense hard work is gone into the presentation, sir. So congratulations, and hope to see you in more sessions, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
All the best, sir. God bless you.
Okay.
Dear friends, feedback form for session 2 has been raised. We can continue with any further questions while you are filling up the feedback form. It will save some time. So anyone else have any queries, observations, feedback, feel free to unmute yourself and share, or you can raise your hand, or you can use chat box. Okay, there are no queries, then we will move on to our next presentation. Do we have Roshan with us? Dr. Roshan?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Roshan.
Yes. Can I share
Have
my
you
PPT?
filled the feedback form?
Not it, sir.
So
Yeah.
quickly fill up that so that we can give you access.
Okay. Fine. Hello, sir.
Yeah, have you completed?
Sir, I minimized, but I am not finding, sir.
No. Have you filled the feedback form?
No, that's what I'm saying. I minimized the feedback. No.
Can you see polls, quizzes option?
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes.
Ah,
Got it. Yeah.
okay. Okay, after Dr. Roshan, do we have Sumana Bhattacharya?
Yes.
Sumana Bhattacharya. Okay. Once you have completed, let me know, Dr. Roshan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. And there is an award category for the participants also for the best interaction. So we request everyone to utilize this opportunity to share your observations, feedback, comments, actively, proactively interact. These awards are on a daily basis. So as a token of gratitude and appreciation,
Sir, I have completed the feedback.
you can minimize it instead of closing it. Once you are made a co-host, you can see the option end poll. You can just minimize it. Do not end the poll.
Okay. Shall I share the screen, sir?
Now you can start your audio and video presentation.
Yeah. So is it visible?
You can make it full screen.
Yes.
Or presentation mode.
Yeah. So can you see, sir?
It is still showing slide view only. You have to click on the icon.
Sir?
You can press F5, function key 5, F5 on keyboard. Or you can
Sir,
click
it
on the
is
monitor like
slide
icon.
show, sir.
So, but here we can't see. No, we are still able to see that slide normal view. Okay, anyway, no problem. You can continue. We can't see you. Your video is switched off.
Oh, okay. Can you see me, sir?
Now we can continue.
Yeah. Yes. So, am I audible? Is it clear?
Yeah, introduce yourself and
Yeah.
then you
Yes.
can start.
Yeah. So I am Dr. Roshan Montero, Assistant Professor, Department of Studies and Research in Social Work, St. Aloysius College, Autonomous Mangalore. So, respected dignitaries, resource persons, my fellow paper presenters, participants, and organizers of this international conference on social work, sciences, responding diversity, inclusion, social action, and sustainable development 2023. Health is essential part of human development, and it is also one of the sustainable development goals, which initiates preventive and treatment and promoting mental health and well-being. In connection to this promoting health of young people, definitely prevent um, future diseases and risk factors. With this small introduction, I want to share my research paper. The topic that is I want to present here is health education is essential part of human development and intervention study in promoting mental health and well-being of adolescents. A good quality education is the foundation of health and well-being. Education is a catalyst for development, and a health intervention develops the skills, values, and attitudes that enable citizens to lead healthy and fulfilled lives, make informed decisions, and respond to local and global challenges. Health for adolescents is vital to seek growth and development and to be productive to acquire a happy and healthy life. Health is also determined with the various factors such as living conditions, the state of our environment, genetics, our income, educational level, and our relationship with friends, family, which I have considered impact on health and well-being. Particularly mental health is overall part of health, especially for young people. Poor mental health can affect wider health and development of adolescents, and is associated with several health and social outcomes, such as risk factors like drug abuse, tobacco, addictive behaviors, adolescent pregnancy, school dropout, and delinquent behaviors. Enhancing life skills, problem solving skills, and self confidence can prevent mental health problems and such as conduct disorders, anxiety, depression, and eating disorders, as well as risk behaviors, including those relate to sexual and addictive behaviors. uh, in light of the processing needs of children and adolescents with mental illness, school health programs would be effective to promote mental health and well-being among young students. Therefore, the present study initiated a planned teaching program to develop a model for skill development training for children in school. So there are different studies highlight that adolescents is vulnerable, and they have health issues uh, when if they are not taken care, or when they are having a lack of support system. Definitely, they may carry to adult life, which may impact on psychological, emotional health and well-being uh, at present as well as in later life. Study stresses on the need of implementing health education and skill development programs for young people to enhance their capacity to face challenges and look for better prospects. So, as a part of the present study, initiated intervention program to promote mental health, because mental health is associated with the study performance, emotional health, well-being. The current research, life skills, competency building approach, uh, resiliency, and experiential framework of promoting mental health of adolescents in schools. The aim of research is to develop a comprehensive school and mental health model program to promote mental health and well-being of adolescents in schools. Uh, I want to give a background of the study area. Mangalore city coastal area of Dakshina Kannada is taken as a universe of this research study. Majority of the population reside here subject to research are migrant from different parts of North Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra, etc. Among them, majority are from Karnataka itself, and other group are of local people who go for daily wages, BD roller and farmers. To speak about the socioeconomic condition, majority of them are having poor economic background, especially people who are migrated from other places are working in informal sectors in Mangalore, like constructions, transport, municipality like manual scavenging, rack pickers, fishing, loading and unloading work. They do not have a proper housing system, like they live in tent or rented houses. The place where they reside is highly unhygienic, and there is poor sanitation. Alcohol, drug abuse, sexual harassment are more visible, and especially youth and young people prone to these behaviors. Majority of them come from seasonal employment. You can also see some of the images that I have taken during my research work. You can see their living conditions. Also, we had some group discussion, interaction with the social workers who work with them, local leaders, to get the basic information about their background. This background and their socioeconomic condition definitely bring impact on children, especially affect their future prospects. These children go to government schools, but irregular. Some of them are already dropouts. Child marriage, sexual abuse, and early pregnancy are some of the issues can be observed here, and definitely it may affect their psychological and mental well-being. The Department of PG Studies and Research Work of St. Aloysius College has been working with the collaboration of local leaders, NGOs, childline, women empowerment forums, parent teachers interactions, etc., through fieldwork practice, research activities, awareness, life skills, education, training, parenting skills, counseling skills, training for teachers, child rights, and importance education programs to intervene to get better understanding about their background, as well as to look for better career opportunities, especially for these young children. So therefore, the current research adopts life skills, competence building approach, resiliency and experimental framework to promote mental health of adolescents in schools. The aim of research is to develop a comprehensive school and mental health program to promote mental health and well-being of adolescents in schools. So the objectives of the research are to assess on academic difficulties and focus issues among adolescents, to conduct training on the effectiveness of planned teaching program in promoting mental health and well-being of adolescents, to study the association of pre-test and post-test score on significant changes observed due to the intervention program. uh, Pre-experimental one group pre-test post-test design was represented to study 60 adolescents, boys and girls, the age of 10 to 12 from selected two government schools in Mangalore city, among which one school almost all children are from migrant and other children are from local areas. Purposive sampling technique was used to select participants. A demographic profile, questionnaire, semi-structured questions, as well as appropriate scale as per objective of study were used to assess the academic difficulties and focused issues among adolescents. Comprehensive model was developed to introduce a planned teaching program. The method of data collection was in qualitative nature, with the direct interaction with the adolescents in classroom settings, which was which was a focus group with the pre-test and post-test intervention. Willingness to participate in the study was obtained by written consent from the participants explaining the objectives of the study. Uh, the confidentiality was ensured. The participants were made comfortable in maintaining anonymity in the questionnaire administered to them. Data collected was edited, coded, analyzed, and interpreted by using SPS version 19. Analyzed data presented with the tables and graphs. The obtained data was planned to be analyzed by both descriptive and inferential studies on the basis of objectives of the study. The comprehensive model was developed to plan
Doctor,
intervention study.
sorry to interrupt you. Your slides are not moving. We are still in the background slide.
Oh, so I'm sorry. But here is showing different slides, sir.
Maybe you can stop sharing and start again.
Okay. Okay, okay, sir.
Here we can see the background slide.
Okay, okay.
Or see if you have opened a PPT file 2 or 3 times on your system. And maybe you are sharing the wrong window.
1 minute, sir. Can you see, sir, now?
Now intervention slide is visible.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, please start.
So can I show the previous slides? Is it?
Yeah, you can quickly show, then you can continue with this slide.
Yeah, okay. So my topic is health education is an essential part of human development and intervention study in promoting mental health and well-being of adolescents. And this is the background. So I explained about adolescents, who are adolescents, and why they required uh, mental health, and how they are affected with the risk behaviors, and also presented about the different reviews that explains about adolescents are vulnerable and they have mental health issues due to maybe because of socioeconomic background, and maybe parental pressure, or maybe because of their psychological emotional impact due to studies or socioeconomic conditions. And here the background of the study area. The Mangalore city is the coastal area of Dakshina Kannada district, and the population uh, is migrant workers who are working in informal sector, and they are migrated from Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and alco- uh, alcohol, drug abuse, sexual harassment are the main issues that we can observe in those areas. And another type of population that is discussed, local people who are farmers, BD rollers, and day wage workers. And uh, what we do through research activities, fieldwork practice, and collaboration with the different organizations to work with migrant workers to improve their socioeconomic conditions. Especially we target children because they are the one who mostly affected with the child marriage, sexual abuse, and school dropouts, early pregnancy. And these are the images that I have taken during my research studies. When interacted, you can see their living conditions, very unhygienic, poor sanitation, also organize focus group discussion, interaction with the local leaders, social workers, and migrant workers. So the present study aimed at to develop their mental health and life skills so that they can have assertive skills, not to say to I mean uh, the factors which affects like alcohol, drug abuse, overall risk factors. Then the objective of the study to assess an academic difficulties and focus issues among adolescents, to conduct training on the effectiveness of planned teaching program in promoting mental health and well-being of adolescents, to study the association of pre-test, post-test score on significant changes observed due to the intervention program. And the research, the methods and tools that were used for research: pre-experimental one group pre-test, post-test research design was used. 60 respondents were assessed uh, with the self-structured and planned teaching program. Descriptive and inferential statistics were used for data collection. Data analysis. So here there is a comprehensive model was developed to introduce a planned teaching program. This table provides the content of the program implemented to find out the effectiveness of intervention to promote mental health among adolescents. The 5 sessions were conducted between pre-test and post-test sessions. First session was about introduction about the program, where the purpose of the research was discussed among selected respondents. It was an interactive session, and to make them feel comfortable, recreational activities were conducted. The second session was to talk about adolescents. The case study group discussions methods were used to understand about adolescent growth and development. The third session was about mental health, to discuss interactive session, storytelling, uh, then yoga, meditation, reinforcement techniques, expressive therapy, etc. were used to gain knowledge and attitude towards mental health. Fourth session was more about interactive, where group activities, individual tasks were used to enhance their task-oriented mechanisms like creative thinking, problem solving, reframing, stress management, etc., to cope with their personal and academic related uh, problems. And the fifth session was about conclusion, to find out the effectiveness of planned teaching program, where post-test questionnaire distributed to the participants. The demographic profile of the study, where the table shows the distribution of respondents on age and a type of family, gender wise. Selected participants were school going adolescents between the ages of 12 to 15 years, as well as the type of family they belong to. Adolescent age is very crucial for the future development of a person. It is said to be transitional, where major changes take place in their growth, and it may have a greater impact as they reach adulthood. The type of family gets socialized as immense importance in deciding his or her values for or beliefs and behaviors patterns, which are likely to affect his or her attitude towards the particular problem. Hence, the family type places his own role and giving response to an individual and therefore, it is important to understand family type respondents. Other socio-economic conditions of already have shared with you in background of the study. Then table next table about school related difficulties faced by the adolescents. School problems can show up as poor academic performance, lack of motivation for school, loss of interest in school work, or poor relationship with the peers and teachers. The study shows that most of the adolescents, 95%, face issues because of parents and teachers related uh, related like not being clear about the class lecture, parental force to study, tuition tension, etc., as well as friends. 86.67% study related issues faced by participants were 45%, and personal related were 30%. Adolescents who are repeatedly torn or drop out of school have made a conscious decision to miss school. These adolescents generally have poor academic achievement and have had little success or satisfaction from school related activities. Then the table explicates about the opinion of participant about parental support. Uh, the study assessed uh, about the parental support in terms of supportive, sharing, strict discipline, expectation, and freedom. Parents' authoritarian practices may bring a conflicted relationship between them and young people, which is much higher in this study. That is 33.33%. Aspects of parental involvement help student education, and just what components of this involvement are most important. Therefore, parent teacher training programs are very much essential to deal with the young people, especially to empathize with their issues and problems. Uh, then table number 4, where the study assessed knowledge among adolescents on identification of mental health disorders, help seeking knowledge on prevention of mental disorder, strategic knowledge about seeking self help, knowledge regarding treatment, and skills to gain support and first aid to others. During the pre-test, the participants were asked to identify correct answers. They were the level of good scores ranges from 13 to 27, and the level of bad scores, poor scores, below 0 to 12. During pre-test, 26.66% of the male and 23.33% of the female adolescents were able to identify correct answers, and after training sessions, it increased to 33.33% among males and 26.66% among female. Most mental disorders show their first signs and increase in prevalence from childhood through adolescence. The study reveals that teaching methods are useful in promoting mental health education among young students. The association between pre-test and post-test on mental health knowledge pursued by participants was significant, and it shows that mental health programs are very effective in order to promote mental health among young people. Then the next objective, that is the last objective, about to find out the significant changes among adolescents uh, after intervention study. Uh, that is the significant changes we can see here in both pre-test and post-test level. The significant changes observed among adolescents were divided into sleep, energy level, and interest. These interests as well as coping mechanisms and life skills. These variables are very much associated with the adolescent health. These changes determine the level of effect in adolescents' mental health. High level of change adversely affects their academic performance. In post-test, it was found slight changes in sleeplessness in connection to use of electronic gadgets, TV, mobile, laptop. Uh, s- uh, s- as per study concern, only among 28 boys from 80% at pre-test to 26 boys at 4.2%, but at post-test. But there was no changes found among 22 girls at 88%. There were significant changes found among both boys and girls with regard to energy level, in terms of participation in sports, health, exercise, food habits, etc., where it increased from 76.67% in pre-test to 100% in post-test, and interest in academic and curricular activities in connection to studies, concentration, understanding the subject, participating in sports and cultural events, etc., was raised from 81.67% in pre-test to 95% in in post-test. The result of the study shows that 41, that is 68.4% of the participants lack coping mechanisms and life skills. And after intervention, it found that there were changes observed, that 45 75, that is 75% of the participants were able to improve upon skills to manage their emotional, social and academic related problems. This shows that there were positive changes has been seen among participants after a planned teaching program. This shows that there were positive changes among participants after the planned teaching program. So adolescents are in a period of life also marked by positive energy, idealism, and belief in the possibility of changing the world. So any strategy to develop young people must build on positive capacities and adolescents' ability to engage as assertive partners in their own development. School education should enhance quality in terms of skills, knowledge to face a demand of future life. So association between significant changes of adolescents in pre-test, post-test was significant at 0.05 level. So therefore, I can say that mental health programs through intervention studies, training definitely equip their life skills, as well as they can have better emotional health and well-being. So implications. So mental health is essential to good health and well-being, and persuades and improves the socioeconomic living conditions across the lifespan. Healthy development should be part of childhood and adolescence, which lays the foundation for better adult life. School mental health services definitely promote mental health. Health professionals, educators, and mental health specialists can work together in and implements effective school-based mental health services. Academic performance and learning experience could be better if school administration, board members, teachers, parents, and students recognize the value of social, emotional, and physical health problems and other major barriers. Uh, Then social work implication, promoting mental health needs through social work perspective with the comprehensive approach can focus on not only on protection but also effective strategic intervention. The present study highlights the need for social work intervention to support the mental health of vulnerable children and young people. Social workers' position at the interface between economic, social, and psychological well-being, offering practical support to parents, uh, caretakers, advocacy for social services to reintegrate communities and interpersonal skills to strengthen the internal external resources required to promote mental health in children and adolescents. So to conclude, adolescent health education program is crucial to address the needs of adolescent with the mental health conditions. These programs required multi-level approach with varied development platforms. Schools are the source of promoting knowledge and information. Various strategies are required to reach adolescents. A supportive social environment and social network can be appropriate. Effective interventions strengthen the promotion of mental health, which helps an individual capacity for taking behaviors and builds resilience for managing difficult situations and adversities. So these are my references. So thank you very much. Special thanks to Dr. Ravindra sir and all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roshan. It was very well presented. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can quickly share. I know we have already exceeded the time. If you have any queries, you can unmute yourself or you can share in chat box. Okay, so we'll move on to next presentation. There are no queries. So do we have Dr. Sumana Bhattacharya? Okay, Manasa? Yeah. Yeah, this would be the last presentation for the day. Manasa, you can unmute yourself now. Start your video and presentation.
Yes.
So we will be having feedback, overall feedback after this session. So while presentation is going on, you can fill up the feedback form for session 3. Manasa, you can continue.
Yes, sir.
Because it's getting late now.
Yes, sir. It's suddenly closed all of a sudden.
It's okay. So any pending presentations, we will take it up tomorrow after the scheduled presentations. And those who have not yet completed your formalities, already we are on 6th day. So quickly complete the formalities at the earliest for your presentations. You have to increase your volume. Your voice is not audible. Manasa,
Yes, sir.
your voice is not audible. You click on share computer sound in sharing
Sir, it's
settings.
full volume.
No, you have to enable computer sound in sharing settings now. I think you have to mute yourself.
Okay.
And in the sharing menu now, you will get options, share computers. Or if it is in mobile now, it will be share sound. We can't hear you, ma'am. After sharing, you can see the sharing menu now, like there is option for stop sharing. In that menu bar, you will find this option, share computer sound or enable sound or share sound. Manasa?
Sir, she's not there on the call.
Yes, ma, we are waiting. We'll see while our friends are filling up the feedback form. Huh? Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form so that we will launch the overall feedback form. And if she is unable to present, we will close it for the day.
Sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, ma.
Sir, can I have the feedback of number 1 earlier? Because I could not fill it completely. I minimized, then now I don't find, sir.
No,
Can I get?
once it is closed, we cannot again relaunch it. So
Okay.
no need to worry. You
Okay.
can fill the present form.
Okay. Okay.
And then after this, you will have overall feedback form. You can fill that also.
Okay. Okay, sir. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Dear friends, quickly fill up the overall feedback form. And thank you everyone for joining us. See you all tomorrow at the same time, 6 o'clock, with the same link. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we have exclusive sessions dedicated on emotional intelligence and various other aspects. We have speakers from US, Nigeria, UK, even from India and other various parts of the world. So do join us at 6 o'clock. After each session, feedback form will be shared. Attendance is being automatically tracked by Zoom platform. And feedback is also mandatory. Just in any technical issue, if you missed out, it's okay. But make sure you are attending all the sessions. And certificates are issued on daily basis, that is day-to-day basis. So whichever days you are presenting, you will be getting that day participation certificate. And apart from that, as you all know, there are award categories also. And upon completion of these formalities, papers, if any, under award category will be taken up on the last day or Sunday. That will be informed to you on Saturday. And those who have missed their scheduled presentations are requested to contact the coordinator for rescheduling. And those whose presentations have not yet been scheduled are also requested to contact coordinator and also join daily, so that whenever there is availability, you can present upon invitation in the platform. We have come to end of 6th day of 10 days international conference. We thank everyone for joining us. Once you have completed, if you have completed the feedback form, you may leave the platform. So see you all tomorrow. Take care. Good night.